Chapter 789. Han Diaoxi was like a demon in broad daylight. He arrived behind a swordsman and slashed down with his finger. Then, with a flick of his thumb and middle finger, he peeled off half of the swordsman's skin. However, he did not kill the swordsman completely. His footsteps floated, allowing the swordsman to wobble and fall. The swordsman screamed at the top of his lungs. The human cat continued to move and hunt for rats. Not far away, Lu Song, who was carrying a quiver of arrows, saw this tragic scene and could not bear to see the swordsman suffer. He took out an arrow from his quiver and shot the swordsman to death. The corpse fell back with blood oozing out of his eyes. Han Diaoxi only had about 70 to 80% of the red string snakes left. They were as long as a whip. Once touched by it, it was fortunate that they only lost an arm or a leg. There were dozens of riders who were torn apart at the waist. Their armors were cut like thin paper. Perhaps this demon who had destroyed a generation of Jianghu did not feel good enough. He separated several long snakes with his whip and whipped them wildly. A few feet away from Han Diaoxi's center was hell on earth. No one could get close. After Wang Lin lost his arm, he gritted his teeth and bandaged it. He threw out his remaining hammer and it was smashed by the whip. The broken pieces of the hammer flew everywhere like a rainstorm. They were directly shot down by several armored riders around Han Diaoxi. One of the pieces even returned. If Wang Lin did not quickly pull out his sword to block it after throwing the hammer, he would have been pierced through the chest and died. However, even though he blocked it, the power of the strike still caused Wang Lin to fall off his horse. Lu Song rode his horse over and bent down to grab Wang Lin's shoulder. He helped him onto his horse and the two of them became one. The cavalrymen who were armed with crossbows were also rendered futile. There were a few times when they fired their arrows between the gaps of the battle formation, but they were like catkins that disturbed the enemy but did not harm them. Instead, they were absorbed by the Handiao temple with the terrifying force of a whale swallowing them whole. It looked like they had been shot into a hedgehog, but in the blink of an eye, they were all shot back in the opposite direction. A circle of war cavalrymen was completely annihilated. Most of the crossbow arrows penetrated a person's body, but their momentum was still swift and violent. Taking the head of a general in an army of millions had always been regarded as a preposterous talk. The sword emperor of Shishu who guarded the country for the emperor could not do it. Before the fall of the country, the sword masters of the Dongyue sword pool of the older generation also could not do it. However, at this time, Han Diaoxi was indeed in a place where there was no resistance. Lu Song and Wang Lin who led the troops and managed the army could be considered outstanding, but they really did not have the experience of thousands of people charging to kill one person. They could not come up with a perfect plan for the time being. They could only use the lives of their troops to fight the devil's internal energy. Fortunately, there were martial arts masters like Ren Shanyu who interspersed and supported Han Diaoxi. Although Han Diaoxi killed casually and leisurely, after all, he did not cause the morale of the two cavalry troops to collapse. Just by helping to stabilize the continuous offensive of the cavalry troops, more than 80 Bailiang men of sacrifice had already been reduced to half. Except for a few people, they were not Han Diaoxi's match. Without exception they were all killed. It had only been less than half an incense stick's time. Ren Shanyu's hair was disheveled. She was not at all charming and charming-like when she was a bandit on the mountain. When she had time to catch her breath, she caught a glimpse of the white-haired young man who was far away from the storm. Women were fickle. Earlier, she admired the handsome Shixi's great achievement in saber skills. Now, she could not help but feel resentful. She resented him for not being a tyrant in Bailiang and provoking such a troublesome living king outside of their territory. The reason why Ren Shanyu clenched her teeth and did not retreat was not that she was risking her life to win some favor. Instead, it was because Su Fengnian's personal servant, the green-clothed woman, was holding a red spear and looking for Han Diaoxi to fight to the death. That woman was unafraid of death. Under the shadow of Bailiang, Ren Shanyu, whose life was as fragile as paper, did not dare to retreat even if she was extremely timid. If a general retreated after a fight to the death, even a lowly soldier could be killed. After the green-clothed woman joined the battle, she did not blindly kill with brute force. Instead, she retreated several feet away after she missed her target. Everyone was amazed by her spear art. They did not notice that her lips moved slightly to swallow blood time and time again. Ren Shanyu took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then gave a glance to a few familiar guards around her. Next, they formed a triangle and broke into the battle formation. Han Diaoxi held ahead with one hand, pulled the head out of the body and threw it backward, smashing one of Ren Shanyu's broad axes into pieces. The woman coughed out a mouthful of blood and kneeled on the ground, covering her mouth with both hands. Blood was dripping down from between her fingers. Some cavalry commanders fought to the death first, while the other two groups of cavalrymen died one after another. 400 died. Nearly half an hour had passed. Han Diaoxi lowered his head and glanced at the few red whips, which were not as magnificent as the first one. Outside Kuei Gate Pass in the western region, Han Xianxia was trapped in one of the 3 battles. He didn't make it to the crucial Iron Gate Pass. He didn't spend too much time fighting against the 3,000 elite cavalrymen led by Wang Zhi. Instead, he directly broke through the thick battle formation and headed west. Still, he didn't make it in time to save the Prince Zhao Kai. In the view of this former head of the ceremony directorate, if the young master wanted to sit on the dragon throne, as a servant, he had to step back step by step. First, he had to hand over the head eunuch, and then gradually retreat behind the scenes. From a person with power that could overturn the world, he had to become a living dead, obediently hiding in the shadows behind the scenes, and then die in front of the current emperor. He guarded the Zhao family, and caught countless rats during and after the spring and autumn period. Other than the red armors, there was also a secret celestial state being, who was later made into the golden armors. As for the level 1 Vajra finger, there were over 10 of them. They were called devils, and Han Xianxia deserved to be called devils. If Huang Sanjia and Su Shao joined hands and destroyed the spring and autumn period, then Han Xingshuan's assassination and Su Zhao's stepping into the martial world destroyed the martial world together. Han Xianxia knew that he was foolishly loyal to the Zhao family, and he never regretted it. Han Diaoxi threw out all the long whips he had. The whips sounded like firecrackers, and were as powerful as serpents swimming in the river. Another rain of blood started. Chapter 790. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, who was standing on the carriage, said softly, "After I left the mountain and entered the world, I realized that the world was at peace. Only the smoke of war in the north smokes the sky every year." She swiped the second box behind her and took out feng shui. The first sword, Xiao Fei, was a big rainbow. The second sword, feng shui, was 10 feet out of the box and didn't rise into the sky. It didn't stab Han Diaoxi but moved forward in a treacherous spiritual state. It was like hunting a snake and killed the red whip of the red snake. After killing all the red snakes, feng shui couldn't catch them and had no hope of killing the snake man Han Diaoxi. It turned into fine powder at a low altitude and disappeared with the wind. Wang Xiaoping made a gesture with her fingers and the wind and clouds surged into the sword box. The last sword cut off the deer's head and soared into the sky. Han Diaoxi, who had a little red rope left on his arm, reached out his left hand and stroked the red snakes that he had spent most of his life with. He looked up at the sky and stepped down, shaking the earth and mountains. All the warhorse riders heard a muffled sound. The young kamikaze on the roof of the carriage sat down. The second iron arrow was hidden but was still crushed by Han Diaoxi's foot. Han Diaoxi, who had been looking up at the sky, smiled and murmured, "When I was young, I envied the green-robed man who walked the Jianghu with a sword." The cat man, who hadn't shown any signs of fatigue even after being surrounded, clapped his hands. The red rope peeled off and gathered into a line, showing signs of a sword. A deer's head fell from the sky with a few thick lightning bolts circling around it. A red 3-foot sword in front of Han Diaoxi rose into the sky. Han Diao Temple, who was finally free of the red rope, rose from the ground when the string sword blocked the deer's head. Like a comet sweeping its tail, he swept towards Su Fengnian. Bluebird's face was full of energy and she threw out the instant spear with all her might. She almost exchanged her life for the spear. The Thunderpool sword formation was set up 10 feet away. Han Diaoxi tore his chest outwards with both hands. The 9 flying swords were torn apart and floated dozens of feet away. They were like ownerless souls, without the slightest bit of vitality, lying on the ground one after another. It was clear that Su Fengnian could not divert his attention to control the swords. Su Fengnian had the cold blade in his left hand and the spring and autumn in his right. The 2-sleeved green snake that was taught by the old man with sheep fur coat rushed out. Compared to the 2-sleeved sword of the Wu family's sword made Cui Hua, Su Fengnian's 2-sleeved sword was more like a sword. Its 2-sleeved swords was more similar to the Wu family's sword. Cui Hua's 2 sleeves. Su Fengnian, S's. Its 2-sleeved swords, the 2-sleeved swords. When Li Chungang was invincible in the world, He once said that with a single-sleeve sword, he would cut off all swords in the world, and with a single-sleeve sword, he would destroy all beauty's eyebrows. This was the true definition of a romantic. However, Su Fengnian was not the god of swords, Li Chungang, who was invincible in both swordsmanship and sword will. At this moment, the celestial cultivation base and mystic finger techniques that he had stolen were naturally countered by the Handiao temple. The human cat overflowing with killing intent did not care about his torn sleeves. His hand slid across the sword and the back of the saber, and his left hand slapped towards Su Fengnian's head. He swayed his head to the right and slapped his right hand again. The otherworldly item in the red robe behind Su Fengnian knelt on the ground. One of its faces was bleeding purple-gold blood while the other was bleeding golden blood. Han Diaoxi said sternly, "Zhao Kai can't sit on the dragon throne. Su Fengnian, do you think you deserve to be the king of Beiliang?" After saying that, Han Diaoxi grabbed Su Fengnian's neck with one hand and punched the Beiliang's crown prince's forehead with the other hand. The otherworldly item's head fell backward as if it was hit by a hammer. It was going to slide 80 feet away. Its 5 arms grabbed the ground and its nails fell off, but it didn't let go. Finally, it stopped 60 feet away. This ravine was stained with a shocking purple-gold blood. Han Diaoxi laughed coldly and said, "Beiliang's saber?" The old eunuch hit Su Fengnian's arm with his elbow and broke the arm of the otherworldly item in the red robe 60 feet behind him. The Beiliang's saber fell to the ground. The instant spear pierced the back of the human cat. Han Diaoxi waved his hand casually. The expressionless Su Fengnian took the opportunity to raise his right hand with difficulty. The spring and autumn sword weakly pressed against Han Diaoxi's chest. Han Diaoxi seemed to have lost his mind. He tightened his grip on Su Fengnian's neck and lifted it off the ground. A deep bruise appeared on the neck of the otherworldly item in the red robe. Han Diaoxi chuckled and asked, "There are 600 riders left, plus Wang Xiaoping who hasn't become an earth immortal, and Yuan Zuozong who came to collect the corpse. If I want to leave, can you hurt me?" The tip of the sword trembled and pointed at the human cat's chest. Han Diaoxi calmed down and said, "Don't worry. After you die, I won't leave. After I kill Wang Xiaoping and Yuan Zuozong, I'll kill you again on the road to the underworld." Looking at the unusually young face and the pair of unusually cold peach blossom eyes, Han Diaoxi was filled with intense hatred. He chuckled and said, "Die." Su Fengnian nodded. "Dang." A sword pierced through the chest and chilled the heart. The spring and autumn sword traveled 1,000 miles. Someone borrowed the spring and autumn sword in East Sea Martial Emperor City. He once exchanged an arm with Li Chungang at his peak. He once ate countless famous swords into his stomach. This sword was fierce. Not only did it penetrate the heart of Han Xianxia, who was at the peak of his power accumulation, but it also forced his body to float backward. It was Su Fengnian's first sword attack, and it was equivalent to Ancestor Sui stabbing Han Xingshuan's heart personally. Sacrificing thousands of cavalry to die was just the icing on the cake to distract them. This sword traveled 10,000 miles. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Fengnian strode forward, jumped up, and slapped the head of Han Xianxia, who had a complicated face. An immortal patted the head. One palm made Han Diaoxi kneel in the snow. The human cat, whose heart was broken, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He tried to stand up. Su Fengnian patted the head again. With a thump, Han Xianxia, whose silver hair was in a mess, knelt down again. Su Fengnian's knife hand cut off the head of the most powerful official in the world. He didn't look at the headless body that was still kneeling on the ground. He turned around and carried the red-robed otherworldly item in a pool of blood. He picked up the Beiliang saber and walked to the cruel battlefield with broken limbs and bones. He supported the blue bird, whose life was hanging by a thread. All the armored riders neatly got off their horses. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "Take off your armor." Beiliang armored soldiers only held Beiliang sabers and wore Beiliang armor. Chapter 791. The mountain ridges in Jiangnan were winding like coiled snakes, especially the Dragon Tail slope in Huainan. It was 300 li away from the strategic town of Iron Hut, and there were many traveling merchants passing through. However, a rare heavy snow had blocked the mountain roads, making it difficult to travel on the mountain roads. Most merchants would rather take a detour and switch to a relay station. On the Dragon Tail slope, there was a group of travelers who were struggling to travel north. A simple and crude carriage was slowly moving forward. The inferior horses' hooves were in the snow, and it was even more strenuous. The black horse with a dark mane snorted and puffed out clouds of fog. The coachman was a skinny old servant who was reluctant to use his whip to drive the horse. It was said that a fast horse could be whipped, but even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. An old horse that had been eliminated from the army, after being whipped too many times, had a rogue temper. 8 or 9 out of 10 times, it was unwilling to move. Fortunately, the owner of the carriage was considerate, and from time to time, he would speak a few words of comfort to the coachman, telling him not to be in too much of a hurry. The old man in the carriage had a thin face, wrapped in a tattered fur coat that was probably even older than the old horse. His expression was serene as he held a book and silently read. Outside the carriage, the mountain forest was wrapped in silver. Suddenly, like a spring breeze, thousands of pear trees bloomed. The old man lifted the curtain and looked into the distance. His originally gloomy state of mind also became a bit more relaxed. They were also on the Dragon Tail slope, less than half a li behind the carriage. There were 5 riders closely following behind. Most of them were dressed in black, and there were 3 men and 2 women. The rider in the lead was a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a pair of round earlobes like a Buddha statue. He should be a person of good fortune. He was covered in an eye-catching white fox fur cloak, giving people a good impression and making it easy for people to feel close to him. Behind him was a young and handsome man with a jade-like face. He carried a golden spear. Even in this cold weather, his breathing was slow, and he was indeed worthy of being described as graceful as a god. Among the 2 women, the older one was like water. In the eyes of the world, she was full of romantic charm, and it was rare that she was charming but not seductive. She had the dignified demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. The young girl riding beside her was overshadowed. She only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, and she was just like a girl from a humble family who had just grown up. The last rider was a boorish-looking young man. He was dressed shabbily and his horsemanship was poor. Every now and then, he would secretly rub his buttocks, and was caught red-handed by the girl from a humble family in front of him several times. He could not help but roll his eyes, which made the young man's face turn red. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in the snow. When the girl who had been fighting with him all the way turned her head and changed her face, she laughed and chatted happily with him. The young man who could not hide his poor and cold aura would secretly look at the graceful back of the older woman. His name was Li Huai-er, a native of Iron Lu City. His parents had passed away early, and his eldest uncle was a teacher. His name was also given by his eldest uncle. He believed that this was the only decent name he had in his entire life. Li Huai-er loved martial arts since he was a child, and there was never a lack of Jianghu rumors in the streets and alleys. For example, a busybody ranked the top 10 masters in Iron Lu City. Peng He, who was at the bottom, could lift a horse and throw it several feet away with one hand. The 6th, General Ding Su, could even shoot a millstone with one arrow. Regarding these, Li Huai-er, who had always wanted to become famous one day, would rather believe them. Even if he was beaten black and blue every time he got into a street fight, it would not affect his passion for Jianghu. This time, he was able to ride a horse with the 4 people in front of him because he had accidentally stumbled upon a bloody secret in the city 2 days ago. Half a mile away, an old man surnamed Huang, who was said to be a high-ranking official, was on his way to the capital. For some reason, he was assassinated by a group of black-clothed men armed with sabers and crossbows. The old man staggered into a dark and narrow alley and bumped into Li Huai-er. A rain of sabers and arrows, the crossbows buzzed and nailed into the wall. Li Huai-er, who had suffered an unexpected calamity, was also hot-blooded. Mainly because he did not have time to be afraid, he pulled the old man and fled like a rat. Later on, the 4 riders in front of him appeared out of nowhere and met each other on a narrow road. Li Huai-er saw with his own eyes that the handsome man wielding a stick could almost make a long hole in the alley wall with a strike of his stick. He also saw the woman in front of him moving her sword gracefully in the snow. Coincidentally, Li Huai-er saw that cold and beautiful face when she killed people. Li Huai-er knew then that as long as he could make a name for himself, he would marry no one but her. Although Li Huai-er was simple, he was not stupid. It was said that the experts in the world could comprehend swordsmanship by observing the tides. However, there was a river outside Iron Hut City. Whenever Li Huai-er was free, he would go to the riverside and stare at the surging river with wide eyes. He looked at it when there was no wind or waves. He looked at it when there was a storm or a flood. He also looked at it when there was a heavy snowfall a few days ago, but he did not see anything. Unintentionally, he heard that the unworldly experts all lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, so he went back and forth to the mountains and ridges around Iron Hut several times. Other than taking a dump and peeing, he did not see anything. It was said that Lord Leopard, who was invincible in the nearby streets, had obtained 2 or 3 pages from a peerless secret manual. That was how he became so skilled in martial arts. However, although Li Huai had an uncle who was a teacher, his temperament was similar to that of his father, who had spent his entire life dealing with crops. He did not like to read and could not read many words. He knew that even if he obtained a secret manual, he would not be able to understand it. Li Huai looked at the men and women in front of him and felt a little discouraged. That immortal sister had said that after Lord Huang was sent to the capital, she would give him some money to return home. At that time, no one in Iron Hut would find trouble with him and he could continue to live a peaceful life. At that time, Li Huai mumbled and did not say anything. He did not dare to say what he was thinking. I just want to roam Jianghu with you. There was an inn at the top of the Dragon's Tail slope. For some reason, it did not have a name. In any case, it had been open for many years and its business was lukewarm. It was just a place to make ends meet. Scholars who were truly willing to spend a fortune were not willing to go there. The snow on the mountaintop had just cleared and the chill was somewhat dispelled. The 5 riders rode to the inn and saw the old man standing beside the carriage to welcome them with a smile. There were 2 other carriages parked nearby. They seemed to be fellow travelers. The stout middle-aged man wearing a crane cloak rubbed his mink hat helplessly. He dismounted his horse and walked forward quickly. In a low voice he said, Lord Huang, we all have food on us to fill our stomachs. Let's not stop to rest, shall we? Chapter 792. The old man was draped in a stone-blue silk cloth. After the weather cleared up, it showed a unique reddish-brown luster under the sun. After all, the old man was a ranked official. In addition, he had a scholarly aura. He was somewhat awe-inspiring to the common people. The sable hat man came from a wealthy family. Naturally, it was not because of old Master Huang's status as a secondary 8th-rank official that he personally took the risk and did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with the officials in the western part of Guangling Path. It was because old Master Huang held an important position and did not have a high rank. Although he had just entered the ranks, the weight of his words could be described as reaching the heavens. The western part of Guangling Path respected old Master Huang's pleading for the people and his outspokenness. This time, when he went to the capital to take up a post, he entered the court together with the northern scholar Zhu Guiyu and was promoted to the position of imperial censor. However, when Lord Huang went to the capital to meet the emperor, he carried memorials that were enough to make several dozens of officials in the western part of Guangling Path go or stay. This brought a fatal disaster to old Master Huang. If it were not for a large number of knowledgeable people who had the money and strength to help old Master Huang block several waves of dishonorable and ruthless assassinations, old Master Huang would not have been able to take half a step out of Guangling Path, much less the majestic Great Peace City. In his view, old Master Huang was clean and had a strong character. However, sometimes he was too pedantic and did things too rigidly. This unknowingly brought great danger to the Jianghu warriors who were secretly protecting him. However, he could not tell them directly. Sometimes he could only laugh bitterly and comfort himself that if not for old Master Huang's personality, he would not be able to become an imperial censor. Old Master Huang, who was full of guilt, saluted the warriors with his fists in thanks without saying anything. Li Huai and the others dismounted and saluted back respectfully. Ning Zong, who was known for being generous in his family's prefecture, had to settle for the next best thing. He laughed softly and said, Then let's have lunch with Lord Huang and then hurry on our way. At the border of Guangling Path, there will be a group of people waiting for us. The famous Wulin Elder Liang will personally come out. When that time comes, those small fries will not dare to be so rampant. The young girl wrinkled her delicate nose and grumbled in a low voice, since old Master Liang is highly respected in Jianghu, at the age of 80, and is able to wield a 60-pound pear blossom spear so well, and has the help of fellow Wulin practitioners, why is he unwilling to walk 200 to 300 miles? The sword-wielding woman frowned and lightly shouted, Xianxia, don't be rude. On the contrary, it was Lord Huang who resolved the situation. When he walked slowly towards the inn, he explained to the young girl with a pleasant smile, for these well-known Jianghu aristocratic families and sects, not to mention the direct family members and gang members, Even the servants and guards who just make a living have to be recorded in the register. They have to deal with the government and have to look up to them for a lot of things. When I was young, I was still the kind of Jianghu people who only sought pleasure and revenge. Once I leave, I will never return. Ning Zong, who felt this the most deeply, smiled and said, Lord Huang is very knowledgeable. At home, you know everything in the world. The thin old man waved his hand and self-deprecatingly said, just reading 10,000 books is not enough. One also has to walk 10,000 li. The principles in books are dead, but people are alive. If I, Huang Shang, don't read for a day, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Over the past few decades, I have indeed read a lot and often visited the countryside. However, I know my own weight. I am too stubborn and do not know how to live as a person. This time, it is Huang Shang who has implicated so many heroes and good men. Of course, there are also Miss Zhou and Miss Hu are not inferior to men. Other than the books on the first floor that were taken away, Huang Shang is already a penniless pauper. On this journey north, I was thinking that if there was a day when I was no longer an official, I would write a chivalrous tale in hopes of repaying you. Ning Zong's face lit up with joy. This is a good thing to go down in history. The young girl called Xianxia chirped excitedly, Lord Huang, please don't forget me. I am called Hu Xianxia. Lord Huang smiled and agreed. The woman surnamed Zhou, who had an otherworldly aura, and the handsome young man who carried a stick looked at each other and smiled faintly. Li Huai, who had nothing to do with him, followed the crowd and stepped over the threshold with his head lowered. He had always thought of himself as a useless burden, self-abased and taciturn. The inn was not big, and every table was covered in oil that had accumulated over the years, giving off a greasy glow. It was not something that could be wiped clean with a rag. Ning Zong, who had rich experience in Jianghu, looked around and felt a little uneasy. There were 5 tables in the inn, and the same group of 5 people occupied 2 of the tables facing the window. Among them, there was a robust young man who exuded a bloody aura. This was nothing. At the main table, there was a young man with white hair, wearing white clothes, white shoes, and a white jade belt. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes that were hard to see. Ning Zong felt that this person was troublesome at first glance. Even if this type of person's skills were average, just by looking at his posture, he was an extremely difficult person to deal with. On the left of the white-haired young man sat a dark-skinned young man, and on his right sat a man who was raising a cup of wine. Ning Zong, who had a good eye for people, immediately felt his scalp go numb. The man was estimated to be 9 chi tall. Although Su Zhan, who was an expert in using a stick, had a majestic figure, he was still slightly inferior. Ning Zong's family was not far from the military camp of an elite troop in Guangling. He had seen the killing aura that climbed out of a pile of corpses on the battlefield and was very familiar with it. If this group of people stopped official Huang from going to the capital, Ning Zong reckoned that even if he sacrificed a few lives on Dragon Tail Slope, it would still be useless. At one table were Su Fengnian, young man Wu, and Yuan Zuozong. At the other table were Cavalry General Lu Song and Wang Lin, who had participated in the battle outside Shenwu City. Blue Bird was severely injured and couldn't travel south to Shangyin Academy. She followed the group to Beiliang. With Chu Lushan personally clearing the way and using both the carrot and the stick to build relationships, no matter how difficult a problem was, it could be easily solved. Su Fengnian's trip this time was to go to the academy to pick up people, and then he would go to Qingzhou to secretly meet with 2 groups of people. After that, he could go to Beiliang. How to absorb the 100,000 refugees, who could mount and dismount, was a difficult problem that Li Yishan deliberately left for him to solve. Only by making them live eyes could he truly open up a new situation in Beiliang. The reason he brought along the scholarly General Lu Song and the injured Wang Lin was that he intended to train them to become his direct subordinates and trusted aides, so that before smoothly nailing them into the Beiliang army, they would have to gradually familiarize themselves with each other. The soldiers under their command had suffered disastrous casualties. Su Fengnian couldn't just pat his buttocks and go their separate ways, leaving these 2 meritorious ministers hanging on one side. Su Fengnian didn't believe that a few bold and visionary words could make talented people bow their heads. As for the white bear Yuan Zuozong, whose military strength was second only to Gu Jiantang and Chen Jibao in the Liang army, it was he who asked to go south with them. Other than Ning Zong, who constantly looked at Su Fengnian, and the young girl Hu Chuanya who stared at Su Fengnian and asked for food from the inn's waiter, the rest of the people, including Master Huang, the woman surnamed Zhou, and Su Zhan, were all holding their breaths and concentrating. The last 2 jars of wine from the inn's cellar were taken from Su Fengnian's table. Fortunately, Ningzong knew that excessive drinking would make things worse, so from the beginning he didn't think of warming his stomach with wine. However, Huang Chong, who went to the capital to take up the position of imperial censor, only had 3 hobbies in his life: reading, drinking, and eating crabs. Every year his pitiful salary was spent on these 3 things. At this time, the ideal time to eat crabs had long passed. Although there were books to read in the carriage, the journey was rushed and his life was in danger. He didn't even have time to take care of the several jars of wine that were meticulously made with osmanthus seeds. At this time, Huang Chong smelled the wine and was somewhat moved. However, he cultivated his body and qi all year round, so he didn't say anything. Su Fengnian sat by the window and asked with a smile, "Old sir, I still have half a jar of wine that I can't finish. I'm a bit distressed about the money. How about I sell it to you at a cheaper price?" Huang Chang's heart was moved, but he still smiled and shook his head. Jianghu was dangerous, and compared to the treacherous storms in the officialdom, many times they were the same. It was just that people's hearts were filled with evil intentions. Xianxia, whose innocent heart was tied to the elegant young master, Su Zhan, saw Su Fengnian. Her heart was in turmoil, but the words that came out of her mouth were sharp. "He's quite handsome, but his hair is white. It's scary to look at. If I see him in the middle of the night, I'll definitely think I saw a ghost." Chapter 793. If it were an ordinary disciple traveling with a servant, and the master was humiliated like this, it would be inevitable that the servant would jump to become an accomplice, and teach the unrestrained young girl a lesson. But what made Ningzong more and more uneasy was that not only did the master laugh it off, but the men at the 2 tables also did not seem to care, especially the white-haired young man and the 2 men at the table next to him. The way they looked at Xianxia was unexpectedly a bit of straightforward admiration. As if the little girl had said these harsh words, she was a first-class heroine of Jianghu. Ningzong originally hoped that the people at the 2 tables would fly into a rage so that he could mediate between them. As long as they could settle things peacefully, it would mean that they weren't here for Lord Huang. Not to mention apologizing on the surface, Ningzong, who only wanted to be safe, would be completely fine even if he failed miserably. However, the situation developed unexpectedly. Those people didn't show any sign of denouncing. Perhaps they thought Xianxia's childish words carried no harm, so the white-haired young man didn't force her to sell the half jar of wine. After Huang Shang finished the meal, Ningzong quickly paid the money and left the inn with them. Just like duckweed meeting on water, they didn't meet again. This made Ningzong, who was on the horse, feel relieved. He couldn't help looking back at the inn's door and vaguely saw the white-haired young man pour a glass of wine for the man next to him. Xianxia was still resentful after being glared at by her companions who had known her for many years. She whipped the horses but hard. Wang Lin, who had followed his father's footsteps, was seriously injured and lost an arm. However, he was still happy and satisfied. Compared with Lu Song, who was cautious on the journey to the south, he was also careless in front of Su Fengnian. After Huang Shang and the others left the inn, he sat beside Wang Lin with a bowl in his hand. Su Fengnian just poured wine for Yuan Zuozong and also poured a bowl for Wang Lin. Wang Lin said flattering words that no one took seriously. He sat cross-legged on the bench unruly with a smile and said, "That sharp-tongued girl definitely doesn't know that she has walked around the gate of hell. Master, you are good at drinking and have a bigger stomach." Su Fengnian smiled and didn't say anything. He just looked at Yuan Zuozong and asked, "Second brother Yuan, shall we go out and enjoy the scenery?" Yuan Zuozong nodded and they walked out of the inn together. There was a simple hut outside the inn. The roof of the hut was covered with heavy snow and the hut was in imminent danger. Su Fengnian stamped his feet and shook off the snow and mud. He looked at the distance of the Dragon Tail Slope. Further south was the old border of the southern Tang. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty once moved 400,000 refugees to Mount Wuxia. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the river on the north. The terrain sloped downwards from the south to the north. It was easy to attack but difficult to defend. The great general of the southern Tang, great ancestor Gu, proposed to defend the southern Tang. There were as many as 14 routes for the enemy to come. If they only defended Zhejiang and the capital Luzhou, there would be a chance for them to relax. He proposed to defend the southern Tang and must fight outside the border of the southern Tang. It was a pity that the monarch of the southern Tang didn't accept him. The 300,000 elite soldiers were trapped in Zhejiang and Luzhou. After being surrounded, they surrendered without a fight. Even though Great Ancestor Gu personally led the Southern Tang Navy on the Billow Lake and pretended to retreat to Zhejiang to lure the enemy in and almost wiped out the 100,000 navy that was temporarily put together by Liang, it didn't affect the overall situation. After the fall of the Southern Tang, Great Ancestor Gu, who had an outstanding record in both land and water battles, disappeared. People said that Great Ancestor Gu was born in the right time, but he was born in the Southern Tang. If he was a citizen of Liang and had made contributions, he might be able to compete with Su Xiao and Gu Zhentang. Su Fengyan shook his head and said softly, Han Xianxian was waiting for the rabbit in the Shenwu city. He was prepared to die. As a eunuch, he reached the Diao temple and became the head of the ceremony directorate. After all, he was still a eunuch and had no children. I never understood why he chose the Prince Zhao Kai as his loyal subject. Relying on the powerful first Prince Zhao Zhuan or even the Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan was actually a win-win situation. Because the two princes had the same father and mother, they should keep the goodies within the family. If any one of them became the crown prince, Han Diaoxi wouldn't take such a risk. I once asked Dean to carry the spring and autumn festival back and forth. I earnestly requested the Sui sword-eating Grand Ancestor to leave a trace of sword intent on the sword. This way, the Grand Ancestor would have a vague idea of when to borrow the sword to go to the East Sea marshal the Arch City. If I don't put on a good show, even if Wang Lin and Lu Song's 800 cavalrymen surrendered to the northern Liang, they would not be convinced. Most importantly, the Han Diao temple would also be wary. In the end, he was too careless to rely on the mysterious finger to kill the celestial phenomenon. The Eastern Sea Sword wasn't as simple as the celestial phenomenon. But now that I think about it, I still feel a little scared. Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, "The Sui sword immortal?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "I just knew about it." Li Chungang once said that when he came down from the demon-slaying platform, he had already dropped a lot. This Taoist master didn't want to take any advantage when he went to spar. Although Old Man Li's realm dropped, the power of the two-sleeves green snake was still at its peak. The Sui sword-seeking ancestor only asked for the opponent's strongest move. Therefore, they exchanged arms and there was no winner. In today's world, other than the Beimang military god Tuoba, only this old ancestor could fight with Wang Xianji to his heart's content. But for some reason, there hasn't been any news from the martial emperor city. With the Sui sword immortal's way of doing things, he has always disdained to engage in shady business. Speaking of this, Su Fengyan somehow thought of the battle between Dong Tai and the white-clothed demon outside Beimang's Dunhuang city. The latter's style was similar to the Sui sword immortal or even better. She clearly didn't use a sword, but she challenged Dong Tai. It was enough to show how conceited she was. Outside the Yellow River Dragon Wall, did she really die in the turbulent river? Yuan Zuozong said with emotion, counting with one's fingers, "Your Highness provoked the sword-crowned swordsman of the Wu clan's sword tomb, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin. Later on, you went into the hinterland of Beimang alone and killed the demon Xialing. Then, you fought with Tuoba Chun's son and even brought back the head of the 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain. This time, you killed Han Diaoxi, so you haven't been idle. I'm afraid there are hundreds of descendants of the Liang vassal kings. None of them are as hard-working as your Highness." The cold wind was mixed with the unique grassy smell of the mountain, refreshing the mind. Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Probably the bigger the melon field, the bigger the thief. The crippled man, the ugly woman, the talented man and the beautiful woman, they are all well matched. I should feel honored to have these famous rivals in the Jianghu. Second brother Yuan, you've been hiding your strength all these years. Chen Zhibao has entered the saint state. It's not right if you don't become a celestial state." Yuan Zuozong laughed and said, "I'm far from being comparable to Gu Zhentang of the Thunder of Mind and Chen Zhibao of the Plum Wine. However, I'm good at fighting. I wonder when I'll be able to fight side by side with your Highness on the battlefield?" Su Fengyan sighed with his hands in his sleeves. "In Beimang, I heard from an old Bailiang soldier that he often dreamt of the Iron Horse Glacier." Yuan Zuozong looked into the distance and said softly, "I'm not optimistic about West Chu's restoration." Su Fengyan nodded and said, "Just like Su Zhao's refusal to rebel in the past. It seemed that he had disappointed many soldiers, but he didn't do it even though he knew it was impossible. It was not easy for him to see the balance of the world. He didn't want to be an emperor. In his words, even if he was an emperor, Could he still have 3,000 concubines? Or could he eat a few more bowls of meat in one meal? To conquer the world, one needs to rely on strong men, strong horses, and strong swords. To rule the world, one needs countless scholars from aristocratic families to work together and gather sand to form a tower. Since the hearts of the people are not on Su Zhao's side at all, he will be a short-lived emperor who rules by drawing rivers. I am destined not to live to this day. Yuan Zhuozong smiled from the bottom of his heart. My adoptive father never plays tricks. He's wise. Su Fengnian turned his head and said, Fengnian was unscrupulous in the past. I've made a fool of myself in front of second brother Yuan. Yuan Zhuozong didn't look at his royal highness. He looked at the white mountain scenery. Yuan Zhuozong's blind loyalty is not inferior to Han Xianxia. Chapter 794. Dragon Tail Slope Turned Downwards. Inside the carriage, the old man shook his head and smiled. Huang Shang really is measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. What a pity about that half a jar of wine. Other than Huang Shang, who was about to take up an important position, Li Huai was also sitting in the carriage. The old man knew that this child's horsemanship was terrible and had him abandon the horse and get on the carriage. That night, he had been saved by the youth in an alley battle. Huang Shang did not say anything, but he really cared about the youth. However, Huang Shang himself was in danger and could not promise anything. He just wanted the youth Li Huai to stay away from trouble. If he could gain a foothold in Jing, and if the youth's Jianghu dream did not die, he could put down his old face and ask for a secret martial arts manual for him. He would secretly give it to Li Huai in the future. The young man was trembling with fear. How could he sit face to face with an official? In the past, when he was idling around Iron Lu City, he saw that the patrolling soldiers would retreat. Seeing that they could wear armor and hold iron spears, he was filled with envy. Seeing the youth's unease, the old man who was outstanding in court smiled knowingly. He took the initiative to find a topic and asked the youth about trivial matters. Just as Huang Shang was asking Li Huai how much his uncle earned from teaching at the private school, an arrow flew through the air from deep in the forest. The head of the old servant, who was focused on driving the horse, was pierced by the arrow and fell back silently. The corpse pulled at the curtain of the carriage. The quick-witted Li Huai immediately pulled the old man down. When Ning Zong saw a messenger pigeon fly through the air not far away, he suddenly sped up his horse. This time, when he was escorting official Huang to Great Peace City, he had not only offended the dozens of civil officials in the western part of Guangling Road, but also dozens of military officials and generals. One of them was a general who had escaped unscathed in the spring and autumn period. He had 2,000 elite soldiers, and almost 400 cavalry. If it was not for the fact that this person had a bad reputation in the officialdom and his domineering personality, he would have clashed with the other generals with real power in the neighboring provinces. In this storm, the generals along the way who were happy to see this would all spread the word that if a large group of people dared to pass through their territory, they would make him pay the price. However, Ning Zong still expected the situation to be the worst. Apart from adding thick sandalwood to the 3 walls of the carriage early on, to prevent arrows from breaking through the walls to mount a sneak attack, he even let 2 Jianghu heroes with good lightness kung fu take on the role of scouts, coordinating with the 5 riders, one in front and one behind. Under the concentrated fire, most of the arrows drilled through the outer wall of the carriage and were finally blocked by the expensive red sandalwood hardwood. However, there were still a few arrows that stubbornly revealed their tips. It was enough to show the strength of this group of assassins. The 2 waves of arrows did not have any effect. After a short moment, only one arrow pierced through the air. There was a loud bang. Not only did it penetrate through the 2 layers of the carriage, but it also created a hole the size of an orange. It was undoubtedly Ding Su, the #1 archer of the Iron House army. The arrow was nailed into the red sandalwood wall, its tip still quivering as it hung above Li Huai's head in a threatening manner. The youth's heart was as dead as ashes. Although the old military horse's leg strength was weak, it also had its advantages. Even without a coachman to steer it, after a short period of panic, it quickly stopped and did not spread its hooves to flee in all directions. Otherwise, the mountain road was narrow, and there was a cliff 10 feet to the right, which could easily lead to disaster. Ning Zong knew that the Jianghu heroes acting as scouts had met with misfortune. He came near the carriage, not expecting to smoothly rush out of the rain of arrows in one go. He made a prompt decision, having Su Zhan and Miss Zhou do their best to block the following rain of arrows. He and the mediocre Xianxia went to help the old and the young get on their horses and return. Huang Shang and Li Weil rode together with Ning Zong and Xianxia. The young girl's face was already pale. Ignoring the etiquette between men and women, she urged her horse to gallop wildly, making the sloppy fellow, who was always unpleasant to the eye, lower his head and bend his waist. Together, they galloped towards the Dragon Tail Slope Mountain Inn. Ding Su shot an arrow towards the back of Huang Shang's heart, but it was deflected by Su Zhan's rod. But the arrow's momentum was as strong as thunder, making Su Zhan almost unable to hold onto the rod. Ding Su shot 2 arrows together for the second time. One arrow continued to target the old man and Huang Shang, while the other arrow chased after the young man. In the middle of the mountain road, a woman's figure was like an ink-black swallow. She floated down from the horse's back and moved backwards. She used her sword to cut an arrow, but her palm instantly drew a deep bloody groove. Using the rebound force, she floated back onto the horse's back. Her foot touched the water like a dragonfly, and she pounced towards the second arrow that was close to the young man's back. Seeing that it was too late to save him, she could only throw her sword out and hit the arrow's tail feather, forcing it to deviate from its target. But without waiting for the graceful woman to gasp for breath, Ding Su once again drew his bow and shot. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced between the woman's eyebrows. If she had dodged to the side, this arrow would definitely have killed the red date horse that the young man and woman were riding. The woman gritted her teeth and lowered her head, but stretched out a pair of slender hands with 5 green scallion-like fingers, tightly grasping the arrow. Her 5 fingers were connected to her heart, and a piercing pain spread through her body. The woman who refused to let go was sent sliding back several zhang by the arrow. She maintained her posture from the beginning until now. She could almost feel the tail of the horse hitting her cheeks. Her feet sunk into the mud to dissipate the force of the arrow. When she was finally able to throw away the bloody arrow, her swaying body almost fell to the ground and crashed under the horse's hooves. The woman flew to the red date horse and stood on its back. Seeing that Su Zhan's horse had been shot to death, she could only retreat on foot. Fortunately, Su Zhan's rod technique and internal force complemented each other. Even if he had no choice but to retreat, he didn't lose too much momentum. His speed was almost comparable to that of a galloping horse. Ning Zong lamented in his heart. This time, he had no choice but to retreat. He suspected that he had diverted the trouble away. He felt sorry for those strange diners in the inn. He only hoped that those people wouldn't be too implicated. The road was between the hut and the inn. Su Fengnian and Yuan Zuozong were just walking towards the inn. Ning Zong's horse rushed towards them. Yuan Zuozong was shocked and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Su Fengnian gave Yuan Zuozong, who narrowed his eyes with killing intent, a wink to make peace. Both of them retreated towards the hut almost at the same time. In just 2 short steps, their steps were light and elegant. They avoided Ning Zong's horse. Then Hu Chuanya's horse happened to pass by. The young man Wu had already heard the sound of the horse's hooves. He strode out to join in the fun. He didn't have a good temper. Seeing such a hateful scene that disturbed the young master, he grinned and rushed into the horse's abdomen. He suddenly stood up, carried the horse and continued to run forward. In an instant, he overtook Ning Zong's horse. The strong young man still laughed and said, "This horse is too slow. Let me give you a ride." On the Dragon Tail slope, there was a young man carrying a horse. At the door, Lu Song smiled but didn't say anything. Wang Lin sat on the threshold and rolled his eyes. The woman in black standing on the horse's back hesitated for a moment and then floated down to the ground to support Su Zhan, who was slightly behind. The latter had already leaped over the inn's thatched roof. Seeing her stop, he also stopped to block the assassin, who was clearly a soldier of the Iron House Brigade. More than 30 horses aggressively followed. All of them were snow-white horses wrapped in cotton. The soldiers were wearing white paper armor that was popular in the old southern Tang. They blended in with the snowy weather. The leader was a burly man with a giant bow in his hand. Perhaps it was because of the military order, he didn't want to waste time and create more problems before killing Huang Shang. The general rushed over and only coldly glanced at the annoying white-haired young man standing in front of the hut. Then, he turned to the damned woman who had ruined his plans several times. Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, "What do you say?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "If we can avoid it, we won't." The archer Ding Su didn't want to be distracted. He only wanted to take Huang Shang's head to receive the military merit that guaranteed him a promotion. Some of his subordinates who were itching for a fight didn't mind warming up their hands. Almost at the same time, 2 waves of arrows shot towards Su Fengnian, Yuan Zuozong, Lu Song, and Wang Lin. Lu Song shook his head and used one hand to remove the arrow. Wang Lin was full and had nothing to do. He held the arrow with one hand and deliberately shouted and fell back. Lu Song's eyes had some pity. He looked at the group of ruthless soldiers. It was almost the new year. They didn't know how to let the King of Hell relax. They were all in a hurry to reincarnate. Chapter 795. However, before Su Fengnian and Yuan Zuozong could make a move, a tall and sturdy figure arrived with large strides. With his back to the two, he grabbed an arrow in one hand and glared at the armored soldiers. "I am Duan Chun from Huainan. How dare you hurt me?" Ding Su reined in his horse and stopped. He turned his horse around with a malicious expression. Toward the heroes of Jianghu, this divine archer with a military position had always viewed them as grass, pigs, and dogs. Originally, the few arrows from his subordinates were just to warn the miscellaneous people to watch with folded arms. If they could avoid the arrows, then they were considered capable. Their Iron House army was too lazy to get to the bottom of the matter. If they could not avoid the arrows, then they could only blame their bad luck for appearing on the Dragon Tail slope. However, this Huainan brute surnamed Duan had broken the rules and dared to provoke Iron Lu City. Ding Su's ears were sharp, and he had already heard that another cavalry unit had charged up the Dragon Tail slope to block their path of retreat. Huang Shang and the others were destined to be wiped out. He was happy to take the time to play with this group of people. With one hand holding the bow, he took out a special arrow from the whale-skin quiver. Looking down from above, he sneered. "Which I saw us hurting people. It's obvious that you're interfering with the Iron Lu City's mission to suppress the bandits. If you're not a landowning household, you'll be banished 1,000 miles away or beheaded on the spot." The 8-feet-tall man's face turned red, and he said angrily, "You're lying through your teeth. How hateful. Today I am." Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Ding Su, who didn't want to listen to him, shot an arrow. The Huainan Jianghu man wanted to grab the arrow with his bare hands. However, after thinking it over, the arrow pierced through the air with a thunderous momentum. He didn't dare to take the arrow head-on and dodged it with a lingering fear in his heart. Without waiting for him to calm his mind, Ding Su, who was wearing a high-grade paper armor left behind from the old Southern Tang's national treasury, shook his hand and shot out 2 arrows, one in front and one behind. Their trajectory appeared to be swaying and falling, as if they were spiritual living creatures, extremely crafty. The Wulin man, who had a small reputation in the Wulin world of Lianghuai, groaned inwardly. Just as he was about to shamelessly bend down and roll on the ground like a donkey, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. He straightened his back and focused his eyes. He did not know when the white-faced man had taken a step forward, but he did not know what kind of mysterious technique he used, but there were 4 broken arrows on the ground. The majestic man stamped his foot. The 4 arrows jumped up. Ding Su's countenance changed dramatically. He pulled out 4 eagle plume arrows and shot them out, but the 4 broken arrows still pierced through the hearts of the 4 domineering archers. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ding Su's expression was dark. He spat out word by word from between his teeth, "Killing armored soldiers, 9 familial extermination." Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, "This one is from Jing, surnamed Su Qi. I have interacted with the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, Lu Baijie and Lu Xianxia. Whether 9 familial extermination is 9 familial extermination, you, a general with a nameless title, cannot decide. I have to ask if the Ministry of War has such a military law." Ding Su's brow furrowed, his expression uncertain. His thoughts turned quickly. The Su family of Jing? There were millions of people in Great Peace City. There were many families with the surname Su. Not to mention dozens of families that had the right to enter the court. They definitely could not be counted with 2 hands. If they really had a relationship with the 2 assistant ministers, even if it was just a faint nod, they were not people that a nameless field officer like him could easily shake. No matter how obedient and careful the officials of Jing were in Jing, when they were outside, they always thought they were better than others. The military of Guangling Road was like a forest, and they were independent. It wasn't that no one dared to not give them face, but Ding Su was not one of them. The moment he heard that they were the sons of officials from the capital, Duan Chun, N's gratitude towards them for saving his life immediately faded. His desire to befriend them vanished like smoke in thin air. He had originally been the nameless disciple of the leader of the Huai Wulin, Old Master Liang. This time, he had secretly escorted official Huang to the north. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not show himself. Everyone in the Jianghu knew of Old Master Liang's good intentions. The spring and autumn families had been destroyed, and the Jianghu was in tatters. The ones who had the right to be called local tyrants were the big shots that held the power of the military towns. It was okay to provoke the government, but to provoke the military towns that liked to talk about suppressing bandits, then it was like a puddle of mud was stuffed into one's pants. It was not shit, but it was worse than shit, and could not be shaken off. At this time, the situation was that Su Fengnian, Yuan Zuozong, and Duan Chun were standing in front of the hut. Ding Su and almost 30 people stretched out like a white snake in the middle of the road. At the door of the inn, Lu Song and Wang Lin were watching the show from the side. The woman behind Ding Su and Su Zhan were worried and didn't know how to end the situation. They only wanted to stall for time. The two fleeing riders were actually chased back. The woman who had just fought to the death looked back and sighed in her heart. There was a larger group of riders winding up the long way slope. There were no less than 40 of them. Behind them, there were even footmen who walked as if they were flying. They climbed up the mountain at top speed. The young man carrying the horse put down the red date horse. Hu Chuanya and Li Huai, the poor couple on the horse, were scared out of their wits. The young man hugged the woman's slender waist with both hands. In the past, the woman would have punched and kicked him. At this time, she forgot to teach this little pervert a lesson. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Was she really going to die here today? Hu Chuanya held her face with both hands and was about to cry. She had not yet married a red headscarf, and had not yet wandered the Jianghu with an immortal couple. How could she be willing? Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at the old imperial censor riding with Ning Zong. He laughed and asked, "Official Huang, Assistant Minister Lu asked me to meet you here. Let's drink a few cups of wine before going to the capital?" Assistant Minister Lu has already set up the table to welcome official Huang. Ding Su's mind was shaken. If the Lu mentioned by the young master was the Tongshi sword immortal Lu Baijia, then there was still room for mediation. But if the #1 general of Guangling Path, Lu Xianxia, really got involved, not to mention a nobody like Ding Su, even if the official general who was determined to win personally made a move, he would still get into trouble. Although Lu Xianxia, whose reputation was second only to Su Xiao and Gu Zhentang, had left Guangling's Prince Zhao Yi and been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, his direct subordinates were still all over Guangling. Any one of them was a dauntless character who could shake the entire county with a sneeze. Ding Su was like an ant on a hot pan. He was no longer confident. Huang Shangping smiled faintly and said, "I have met Assistant Minister Lu several times. We have always been friends through literature. This time, I have troubled Assistant Minister Lu to personally arrange it. After entering the capital, I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine." Chapter 796. Ding Su was half believing and half doubting. Huang Shang's official rank was not high, but he had a wide circle of acquaintances. Although there was no rumor on the surface that he had any relationship with the great general Lu Xianxiang, in the officialdom, even a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. It was hard to say that an old fox did not have some foreshadowing of building one plank road under the guise of hiding another. This time, the imperial censor officials from various paths entered the stage one after another. They all said that His Majesty the Emperor was starting to clamp down on Grand Secretary Zhang's one-hand prime minister authority, and was starting to support Jean Lanting, this kind of newly popular official in the imperial court, to control the flow of public opinion, so that the new soldier Saint Chen Jibao could join hands with the Ministry of War Shuanglu to oppose the old Shangshu Gu Zhentang, and use the imperial censor to beat down Zhang Julu. Lu Xianxiang and one of the imperial censors, Huang Shang, were undoubtedly important chess pieces. Once they were placed, they could shake the entire court. Ding Su was naturally paranoid. He was more and more frightened by the unreasonable attack of the white-haired young master, who claimed to be the son of an aristocratic family in Jing City. A smart person would be fooled by his own cleverness. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do and what to do. He was afraid that if he offended Lu Xianxiang, the great bodhisattva who could make the Guangling Taoist sect go crazy even though he was far away in Taiyan City, Ding Su's several lives would not be enough to make amends. But if they returned without accomplishing anything, it was inevitable that they would be made to suffer in the future. If they were careless and fell for the empty city stratagem, It would be even more difficult to clean up the mess. As long as Huang Chang entered the capital, the western provinces of Guangling Road would definitely shed a few layers of skin, and quite a few heads wearing official hats would fall. Su Fengyan smiled and didn't add fuel to the fire. Instead, he took the initiative to give Ding Su a way out. Take your time to discuss. Lord Huang and I will go to the inn to have a drink. After you've discussed, you will be sent out of the country as a gift. Su Qi will remember this favor. If they weren't willing to let him go, then they would lay out a path. First, they would leave dozens of corpses and send them to the Ministry of War in the capital. Then they would compete to see who their backer was. But I think that in Guangling, other than the vassal king Zhao Yi, there is no one with a higher official position than Assistant Minister Liu. He heard the name Zhao Yi. Ding Su's eyelids trembled. This boy dared to call the king by his name. Was he really one of those arrogant young masters of Great Peace City? These bastards who relied on their father's grace were known to only recognize the king and not the vassals. Su. Leaving Wu and Lu Shengxiang, and Lu Shengxiang led Yuan Zuozong, and Wang brought Yuan Zua and Wang Lin over the threshold. With and under of Wu and Wu and to bring to earlier. Old Master left in a hurry and didn't have time to drink. There is still half a jar left on the table. Would you like to satisfy your cravings now? Huang Shang was an official. He was old-fashioned and pedantic, but he had written many high-spirited poems. He wasn't unreasonable. Now that he was at death's door, he was full of heroism. He took the wine jar and shook it. He closed his eyes and smelled it. When he opened his eyes, he smiled. I've been holding it in. After drinking and satisfying my cravings, it won't be too late to die. When I reach the Yellow Springs, I can still enjoy the fragrance of the wine. Ning Zong, Duan Chunan, and the others who entered the room with him had a sad expression. Lord Huang was such an upright official. Even a man whose conscience wasn't eaten by a dog would feel sad for him. Jackal and Wolf said, "Good people can't do anything." Old Master Huang rolled up his sleeve cuff with one hand and poured a few bowls of wine with the other. In addition to the bold white-haired young Master Su in front of him, he didn't forget Ning Zong and Duan Chun, and who followed him all the way. Looking up, he saw that the stalwart man who killed with a broken arrow didn't sit down. He just stood behind young Master Su. Old Master Huang smiled. Won't this hero drink a bowl? Yuan Zuozong smiled and shook his head gently. Hu Chuanya, who just got out of danger, whispered, Lord Huang, be careful. These people are the same as the government. They collude with each other and play a trick on us. If there is knockout drug in the wine. Ning Zong suddenly withdrew his hand. He didn't rush to drink the wine. Duan Chunan, who had already brought the bowl to his mouth, didn't know whether to drink or put it down. He could only pretend to smell the wine. It was a little funny. Su Fengyan's face was calm. His slender fingers rubbed the edge of the bowl. He still didn't get angry. Huang Chong laughed heartily. When I was young, I learned physiognomy from someone. I know a little about physiognomy. Young Master Su is a man with many blessings and fate. You don't lack wealth. It's not easy for you to cherish blessings and fate. Su Fengyan raised his bowl and drank with the open-minded old Master Huang. Su Zhan and the woman surnamed Zhou had been guarding at the door of the inn, carefully guarding against the Iron House soldiers. She didn't look at the elegant white-haired young Master Su. She just glanced at him, curious about how he was born with a pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes. At this time, seeing him sitting and drinking with Lord Huang, she took a few more glances. Lu Song stood proudly at the door of the inn with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. The sturdy young man who had previously shocked all the outsiders was sitting on the door sill, bored to death. He only hated those blind armored soldiers for being cowardly and not allowing him to kill to his heart's content. Outside the divine martial city, he had not achieved anything with his rapid-fire arrows, and he was already sullen and uncomfortable. The rapid-fire arrows of that bullshit general on the dragon tail slope, in his eyes, were like a little girl's embroidered shoes. He looked down on them. Half a jar of wine was not enough. Su Fengyan smiled and asked the inn owner, who was squatting beside the curtain, Innkeeper, do you have good wine? Don't hide it. I won't forget to pay for your wine. Faced with such a calamity that the common people feared like a tiger, the burly man reluctantly stood up. He had served many people by observing their body language, so he was used to bending his back and mumbling to himself, "Yes, yes, yes." Su Fengnian smiled and joked, "Now that things have come to this, one more jar of wine won't cause any more trouble. It's better to get the money first." Hu Chuanya glanced at the innkeeper. Fortunately, this guy had a fierce face and a frightening appearance. He was as timid as a mouse. He deserved to be barely able to survive in this small place. Su Fengnian reached into his sleeve and took out an ingot of silver that was not light. He gently tossed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it and wiped it with his sleeve. He turned around and took a bite of the ingot to confirm that it was real gold and silver. Only then did he turn back to get the wine while muttering. Hu Chuanya couldn't stand men being stingy and sloppy. She rolled her eyes. On the other hand, Li Huai saw soldiers who killed people like flies, officials like Huang Chong and Su Zhan who were outstanding martial artists. They were all things that the youth could only look at but not reach. Finally, he caught a guy with similar habits. A knowing smile quietly appeared on his face. When Hu Chuanya saw it, she remembered that she was taken advantage of by this mischievous and poor guy. She kicked him fiercely. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. He squatted on the ground and hugged his calf, not daring to cry out. The girl stared at the white-haired man from the corner of her eyes. She felt that this guy was the city god's morning sickness. He didn't have good intentions and was harboring evil intentions. Duan Chun got up and left the table. He took a jar of wine from the innkeeper and tore off the seal. It was a common rice wine in Jiangnan. It had a refreshing fragrance and was soft in the mouth. It was not easy to get drunk. He took the initiative to pour wine for everyone. Huang Chong even had the mood to laugh at himself. The taste of waiting for death is not good. But if you don't die, you can still drink a few bowls of wine. Wang Lin didn't dare to sit at the same table as Su Fengnian. Just smelling the wine made him confused. He shamelessly asked for a bowl and went to the next table to drink slowly. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful and raised the bowl high. He frowned and shouted, "Innkeeper!" The man squatting under the curtain stood up with a nervous face. He straightened his neck and said firmly, "This guest, we didn't add water to the wine. We won't refund the money." Su Fengnian said with a serious face, "There's something wrong with this wine." Huang Chong was confused. Ning Zong and Duan Chun and thought that the wine was poisoned. They immediately turned hostile and prepared to fight. Su Zhan, who was a little further away, also clenched his stick. He didn't expect Su Fengnian to laugh and say, "There's a murderous aura in the wine. The money is too little." The sturdy man who had been the innkeeper of Longwei Slope for many years was confused. Su Fengnian threw another ingot of silver. Su Xiao said that there was a guy in southern Tang who was full of guts and had no eyes. He should be rewarded. Except for Yuan Zuozong, who knew what was going on, everyone looked at each other in dismay, as if they had fallen into a sea of fog. Huang Chong was the first to recover, but he didn't show any strange emotions. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He sighed and said, "The wine does have a murderous aura. After all, it's the souls of the hundreds of thousands of Navy in Boyang Lake. They all fell into this bowl." Chapter 797. Su Fengnian and Huang Chong were speaking in riddles. Other than Ning Zong, who was not young, who could vaguely grasp the clues, most people felt that the two of them were too bored to just drink, so they imitated the scholar and poet to deliberately mystify things. Especially in the ears of a boorish person like Duan Chunen, he only felt uncomfortable all over. He treated it as a passing wind and lowered his head to drink. Drinking more was more profitable. There were close to 80 elite cavalrymen of the Iron Hut outside the door, not to mention the large number of infantrymen. What a good catch! Thinking of this, Duan Chunen had some complaints about the young master who led his group into the inn. He felt that instead of being on tenterhooks, it was better to kill his way out in one go than to sit and wait for death. The boorish man who got 2 ingots of silver was expressionless, as if he did not understand the meaning of the words at all. His eyes were dull. The white-haired young man was still unwilling to stop. He drank and laughed. After recruiting the Dongyuan Navy Admiral Gu Zhuan, the Liang Navy was like a tiger that had grown wings. They were unstoppable. Hundreds of thousands of troops killed their way to Lake Boyang. There were more than 60 large warships, riding dragons and supporting crabs parked outside the mouth of the lake. The Liang Navy misunderstood that the Boyang Navy was determined to break out of the encirclement and escape. Every division fought for military merit, so the heavy and difficult-to-float riding crabs and supporting crabs were parked outside the river, and only allowed the light and agile boats to sail into the inner lake. Little did they know that the Boyong Navy who was guarding Lake Boyong was resurrected, Du Zhenkong, who had come back from the dead. This person even personally led 3,000 men of sacrifice to block the narrow channel at the mouth of the lake, causing the Liang Navy to be cut in half at the waist, unable to respond to each other. He then let his 2 sons rush into the riding crabs and riding dragons, filling their boats with oil. They set fire to the boats and perished together with the giant ships. Finally, the unstoppable Liang Navy was intercepted on Lake Boyong. The fire that was rumored to be visible to the entire southern Tang burned for 3 days and 3 nights. This person did not say a word about the death of his sons. Even his 2 daughters-in-law who came from Jianghu aristocratic families went into battle and died together at Lake Boyong. It could be said that one person sent all the black-haired people in vain. If the family line was cut off, it would be considered unfilial. After the success of this battle, the navy of Lake Boyong disembarked, ready to die to reinforce the capital. While they were on their way to the capital, they did not know that the southern Tang sovereign had long been tempted by the Li Yongzhao's bestowal of the Duke of Nangua. He angrily rebuked this man for being disloyal and sent a secret envoy to bestow him with 2 pots of poisoned wine. The navy of Lake Boyong surrendered without a fight. The 80-year-old General Du Zhenkong was beheaded after his death and placed in a box. The king of the southern Tang kingdom wore a hemp robe and opened the city gate. He held the box in his hands and begged for forgiveness. He then knelt down to welcome the imperial advisor. That day, the southern Tang kingdom was destroyed. Huang Shang added oil to the fire and said, "After the matter, the southern Tang that failed ruler rushed to Great Peace City with his brothers from the other countries of the spring and autumn period." Li Yang Xiandi laughed and said that tens of thousands of sailors had died in battle, so he took Du Zhenkong's life to pay for it. He still owes me a head. That day, he was conferred the title of Southern Duke. That day, he died in the Southern Duke's residence and became a joke. This old man of the Song family wrote the history of the spring and autumn period. He had a dispute with the old Grand Secretary over whether the Southern Duke should be bestowed an evil or a beautiful title. In the end, he compromised and only bestowed an ordinary title that was neither evil nor beautiful. Southern Tang's surname was Hong, which was the national surname back then. Now, everyone is ashamed to be surnamed Hong. The fierce-looking face of the innkeeper twitched a few times. He wanted to say something but stopped. He wiped his face and smiled. His eyes were no longer muddy. He walked lightly to the table and asked with a smile, "Guests, would you like to reward this country bumpkin with a bowl of wine to drink?" Su Fengnian spread out his hands and said, "Sit." The innkeeper rubbed his hands and sat down. He looked at Su Fengnian and said, "Young master, are you the important person in charge of Jianghu in Liang? You are truly young and promising. Normal people can't enter this place." Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "I've barely fought with Jianghu, and I've also had dealings with Beimang Spiderweb. They are all difficult to deal with. If I can avoid them, I won't touch them. Don't worry, on this trip of mine, I just happened to pass by Longway Slope. At first, I was just curious as to why someone would open an inn in this kind of desolate wilderness. If they were looking for wealth, then their eyesight was too poor. If they were looking for stability, then that's more like it." Huang Darren said he knew some physiognomy. "I actually know a thing or two about physiognomy." The innkeeper's physiognomy was 60 years old, but his physiognomy was still too tender. Coincidentally, there was someone in the manor who was skilled in the weaving of facial skin. When I first met him, I was somewhat puzzled. To be honest, maintaining a face is the opposite of maintaining jade. The more jade is maintained, the more mellow and smooth it will be. However, a face that is hard to buy with 1,000 gold won't be easy to wear for 20 years. However, regarding this, I can only treat it as every family having their own difficulties. Meeting was fate, so it was fine after drinking wine. However, when I walked out of the inn and went to the thatched shed to enjoy the scenery, I guess that when the weather was clear, I could see Nantang Boyong Lake. As for the innkeeper's vocabulary, although he deliberately concealed it when he struck up a conversation earlier, it was no different from a local accent. However, there were a few words that were somewhat deep-rooted. It was clearly an old Nantang accent. "Don't you think it's a coincidence? I'm just a hedonistic son of a rich family who pretends to be cultured. I don't learn the good, but I know the bad. Coincidentally, I also have some understanding of Nantang music, so I became more and more curious. The old innkeeper glanced at the ignorant Duan Chunan and then laughed heartily. Young master is learned and skilled, and your knowledge is diverse. It really makes an old man like me, who has half of my body in the yellow mud, admit that I'm old. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Chapter 798. Huang Shang, who had been paying attention to the shopkeeper's expression, saw his glance and was horrified. He hurriedly said to Ning Zong and Duan Chun, "Brother Ning, take Master Duan to the door to see what's going on outside." Ning Zong, who was covered in cold sweat, stood up and pulled Duan Chun's arm to drag him to the door. The old shopkeeper no longer had the air of a merchant. He smiled and said, "Let me ask you an annoying question. You're curious about me, and I'm also curious about what you said just now. You're familiar with Beimang, Liang, Zhao Go, and Cobweb. Ordinary aristocratic families don't have such treatment." Huang Shang, who was about to become an official in the capital, suddenly interrupted, "I'm only taking advantage of drinking today, and I'll only talk about drinking in the future. If you two trust me, I'll continue to sit here and drink. If you don't trust me..." Before Master Huang finished, Su Fengnian picked up the wine jar with a smile and filled Huang Shang's half-bowl with wine. They were all smart people and didn't need to say anything. The shopkeeper's eyes softened. He drank a mouthful of wine and then looked up at Yuan Zuozong, who had been silent. He said straightforwardly, "Yuan Baixiong, I've been fascinated by the battle in the Princess Tomb for a long time." Yuan Zuozong narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Compared to the battle at Boyang Lake, it's a far cry." Huang Shang was shocked and speechless at first, but he suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. Finally, he lowered his head and murmured, "There's no such thing as taking advantage for free in the world. But this wine is spicy, but it warms my heart. After sitting here today, I have no regrets in this life." The shopkeeper stared at Su Fengnian and said something shocking. "I heard that the heir of Beiliang traveled 3 times and went all over Liang and Beimang. Do you have nothing better to do? Young Master Su, can you explain a little to me?" Su Fengnian stopped drinking and tucked his hands into his sleeves. "In the beginning I was fleeing. Later on, I wanted to take a look around. I wanted to walk the path that old man had walked all those years ago and take a look at the great country that he had conquered. As for why I went to Northern Mang, if I were to really talk about it, this half-full jar of wine on the table is not really enough." The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "There really isn't any wine left." He rubbed his face and sat next to the window. He looked out the window and chuckled softly, looking at the great lake of Southern Tang, below the 9-story tall building, connecting all 8 directions and holding up half of the sky. "Good mountains and good waters greet me from the bottom of my eyes." His accent remained unchanged. His accent remained unchanged. "When the wind is clear and the clouds are broad, with a few jars of inferior wine, we discuss the affairs of the 2 dynasties, moving unhindered through the annals of history. Wouldn't it be delightful to eat and drink all the blocks in one's chest? Isn't that great?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Merits and demerits are recorded in history. Good and evil can only be judged by the King of Hell." Huang Shang, who was supposed to be quiet, drank a bowl of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He sighed and said, "The history of each dynasty is only written in the hearts of the emperors. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Only 5 words." The old shopkeeper repeatedly murmured the 2 words, "Loser is the bandit." Unexpectedly, tears flowed down his face. He suddenly raised his head and drank all the wine and tears in the bowl. It doesn't matter if great ancestor Gu's whole family died. In the end, there were still some elders of Southern Tang who said a few good words. Since ancient times, how many emperors who sat on the country would rather be ashamed of their ancestors and the people? The world said that before Du Jiankong drank the poisoned wine, he stomped his feet and cursed the previous emperor for being muddle-headed. Nonsense. They said that before Du Jiankong died, he would cut off his own eyes and throw them into Boyang Lake so that he could open his eyes and see the previous emperor's miserable end. Nonsense. The world said that great ancestor Gu led the army to fight outside Southern Tang's territory, and was enough to protect Southern Tang for 20 years. Nonsense. What a good and evil King Yama. What a winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Great ancestor Gu struggled at death's door for 20 years. Today, he heard these 2 words. Su Fengnian stood up and said calmly, "Su Fengnian of Beiliang greets General Gu." Su Xiao once said that great ancestor Gu was full of guts. South Gu was far better than North Gu. He was the Li Chun Gang of the imperial court. Master Li Yishan also praised General Gu's Ashes collection of martial arts. It was called the best military book in the contemporary era. It was better than the ancients. The old shopkeeper shook his head and said nothing. Huang Shang put down the bowl and asked softly. Someone in the capital said that Bei Mang can't enter the Central Plains. Is it true? Su Fengnian was about to speak when Yuan Zuozong sneered behind him. Master Huang, do you know that Beiliang's soldiers sent you off 600 times? Huang Shang smiled. I heard a little about it. I didn't believe it before. Su Fengnian turned his head and said, Second brother Yuan, I'll give you half a bowl of wine. Yuan Zuozong smiled and left. He walked out of the inn and said, It's enough. Huang Shang's expression changed slightly and he sighed softly. Great ancestor Gu, who hid his identity as a shopkeeper, rubbed his temples. There was a knowing smile in his eyes. Su Fengnian's next words were like throwing a huge rock into the lake. Beiliang's infantry still lacks a deputy commander. General Gu has received 2 ingots of silver. You have to give me an explanation. As for Master Huang, don't go to the capital to die. You can choose a civil official position in Beiliang. It was not up to Lord Huang to decide whether to go or not. Su Fengnian was determined to use force before courtesy. Even if he had to knock him unconscious, he would still tie him up. Anyway, the soldiers of the Iron Hut died because of you. Even if Master Huang jumped into Boyang Lake 100 times, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. It's better to go to Beiliang with me. Great ancestor Gu laughed. You're straightforward. You're worthy of being Su Zhao's son. I like you. Let's make things clear first. You get what you pay for. What deputy commander? What infantry commander? Let that Yan Wenluan, who squats in the latrine and doesn't shit in it, do odd jobs for me. Huang Shang said helplessly. Then I beg His Royal Highness to knock me out first. Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and smiled like a fox. Chapter 799. The fire on the Dragon Tail slope burned the simple inn and the corpses of the soldiers. Su Fengnian squatted at the side and spread his hands lazily to warm himself. Looking at the ashes on the ground, he could not help but think of great ancestor Gu's military book, Ashes. There were 16 volumes, which detailed ancient and modern strategies, the situation of the territory, the importance of public lands, naval warfare, river defense, and many other elements. It first proposed that the land was the foundation of the country's military strategy, and gave an incisive overview of the world. Xiangfan was the land of the world, and Beiliang was the land where lions hunted rabbits. In fact, they all came from the same ashes. Secondly, the situation and the imperial government complemented each other, and neither could be missing. Especially the emphasis on the exploration of mountain sand mines, it could be said to be all-encompassing. Li Yishan's vision was very high, and he sincerely admired Ashes, praising it as a new paradise for the military strategists of later generations. Unfortunately, the southern Tang dynasty collapsed, and half of the 16 volumes were confiscated by the national treasury. Most of them were pocketed by Gu Jiantang, and the remaining 8 volumes were scattered among the people. Beiliang only had 3 volumes. When Su Fengnian was young, he was often punished by Li Yishan to copy miscellaneous books. The 3 volumes of Ashes undoubtedly made him suffer a lot. At that time, he would never have thought that today he would be drinking at the same table with the military book's author, and that they would return to Beiliang together. If they met earlier, perhaps his master would have had another drinking buddy. Xianxia stared blankly at this sloppy guy. Not only did he order his retainers to kill the Dragon Tail slope, he even had the mood to leisurely warm himself by the fire. Why didn't he hurry up and run away? She did not even have a good impression of this guy in white. After escaping from death, she did not even think of thanking him, let alone repaying his kindness. She just felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. It would be nice if she could step on his snow-white body a few times and leave a few black mud marks on the soles of her shoes. However, Xianxia subconsciously glanced at the 9-feet-tall man not far away. It was this person who walked out of the inn. After a few sips of wine, it was completely quiet outside. He dragged the corpse of the Iron Lu City's master archer general into the burning inn like a dead dog. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was hiding in the thatched shed, almost vomited. As for the young Li Huayar, who was ignorant of worldly affairs. His eyes were wide open from the beginning to the end, foolishly watching people collect the corpses. He firmly believed that this group of elite armored soldiers had been punished by the heavens, and refused to believe that they had been killed by humans. The hut was not burned down. Great ancestor Gu and Huang Shang stood in the hut and looked to the south together, sighing. Birds of a feather flocked together. Ning Zong, Su Zhan, and the woman surnamed Zhou naturally gathered together. The woman took advantage of the fire to retrieve her sword. Her hands were badly mangled, but fortunately, her muscles and bones were not injured. She applied an exclusive golden sore medicine and wrapped it in a clean silk cloth, and did not care about it anymore. No matter if one traveled alone or in a group, gold, silver, and soft goods were a necessity in Jianghu. The delicate bottle to hold the ointment was even more indispensable. The woman surnamed Zhou was not old, but she was already experienced in Jianghu. She relied on herself to reach the third level of strength. For a woman who could not be said to have any family inheritance, it could be said to be a miracle. Xianxia had always been rude when speaking, and this time was no exception. She heartlessly asked a question that made Ning Zong's eyelids tremble. "Will this guy kill us to silence us?" The woman surnamed Zhou put her palm on the sword hilt and remained silent. To a swordsman, a sword was not only a lover's beauty, but also a lover's love. Sometimes it was also a strict senior. Looking at a sword was like looking at a person, reminding people that Li Chungang once held a wooden horse and ox with a sword. Dong Tai also twisted a peach branch like holding a sword, and the 9 swords of the Wu family held a sword until they died in the wilderness of Beimang. In Jianghu, there were many sabersmen who turned to swordsmanship, and few swordsmen who turned to other weapons. Practicing swordsmanship from childhood to old age, they stuck to one thing until death. Even if they could not achieve anything in their lifetime, they would not abandon the sword midway. Although Su Zhan's family had declined, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse, and his family was still not thin. His father, Su Dachu, wrote the Observing Skills scripture, which could be said to be a comprehensive collection of staff techniques. When the Su family of Lianghuai was mentioned, even the bandits who disregarded human life would give them a thumbs up. It was only because it was said that when Su Dachu was young, he was fortunate enough to meet the spear immortal Wuxia. At that time, the famous great guru saw that Su Dachu's foundation was not bad, and taught him a secret formula. In the eyes of the Wulin people of Lianghuai, it was tantamount to building a friendship with a real immortal on the earth. It was just that fortune and misfortune came together. After Wuxia was killed by Chen Jibao, the foundation of the Su family, which had been relying on the spear immortal for many years, began to decline day by day. It was no longer the same as before. Su Dachu died depressed, and Su Zhan was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature, so his temperament became colder. Compared to Xianxia's pure disgust, which came from instinct, Su Zhan had a few more hidden feelings of jealousy and reverence for that enigmatic young master. However, he did not want to be noticed by Zhou Qinghuai, so he was suffocating. Zhou Qinghuai said calmly, "I only heard that Master Huang will not be going to the capital for the time being, and will be going to Shangyin Academy to visit a friend. I don't trust this group of people, so I will accompany them. Uncle Ning and young Master Su, what do you plan to do?" Chapter 800. Ning Zong shook his head. He didn't dare to puff himself up at his own cost. More than 100 of his soldiers had died and all his belongings were there. He had to hurry back to remedy the situation. Since Sir Huang was safe for the time being, Ning Zong wasn't so chivalrous that he didn't care about the survival of his family. Ning Zong didn't hide it and said directly, "Qin Hu, I can't go to Shangyin Academy with such a big thing happening." Su Zhan said in a low voice, "Uncle Ning, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Sir Huang with Qin Hu." Ning Zong was relieved and patted Su Zhan's shoulder. Xianxia said excitedly, "Sister Zhou, young Master Su, you can come to my house." Ning Zong smiled. The reason why he had brought this girl along this time was partly because she had insisted on joining them, and partly because Ning Zong had a plan in mind. Xianxia was the only daughter of the Kaisher Mountain's master. The Kaisher Mountain had a high prestige in the Lianhuai region, and was second to none in the Zhejiang region. Zhao Hongdan of the Kaisher Mountain wielded the drunken sword, and when she sparred with others, she liked to drink. The more intoxicated she was, the better her swordsmanship would be, and it was rare for her to meet a worthy opponent. She had the strength of level 3, which was equivalent to one of the 6 assistant ministers in Jianghu. Hu Chuanya didn't follow Zhao Hongdan's surname because the real master of the Kaisha mountain was Zhao Hongdan's wife, Hu Jingxia. She was a famous tigress. Hu Chuanya's grandfather was an elder of the southern Tang dynasty who had retired from Zhejiang. During the Spring and Autumn War, he had led thousands of soldiers. He was ruthless and killed people like flies. Zhao Hongdan was considered to have married into the Hu family of the Kaisha mountain. After hastily burying the old servant who had served Sir Huang for many years, Ning Zong cupped his hands and bid farewell to everyone at the bottom of the Dragon Tail slope. He rode straight to the south while Duan Chun rode to the north to report. Previously, Yuan Zuozong deliberately left a few warhorses behind and did not send them to the King of Hell's palace. Now they came in handy. Su Zhan, Zhou Qinghu, Hu Chuanya, and Su Fingnian, great ancestor Gu, Yuan Zuozong, rode 2 carriages. Huang Chong and the young man, Li Huai'er, rode in the same carriage. Lu Song was the coachman of this carriage, while the kamikaze warrior, Wu, drove the other carriage. Wang Lin was unwilling to sit in the carriage, so he sat behind the young man and muttered, saying that the woman surnamed Zhou's buttocks were like the full moon, and her eyebrows were raised. Not only was she good at giving birth, but she was also a seductive beauty. After he brought her into his family, she would definitely give birth to a large nest of babies. Ever since Wu left the Shenwu city, he had been arguing with Wang Lin. Now that they were talking about a woman's figure, they were on the same side for the first time. This was how children were. They were the most unwilling to show weakness on this topic. They were afraid that they would be treated as a fledgling who had never tasted meat. They had just left the Dragon Tail slope and had not yet turned into the courier road when a group of people blocked their way. There were about 20 of them, and their momentum was very domineering. These 20 riders were wearing a variety of clothes. There was an enchanting woman wearing a colorful thin gown in the winter, and a handsome and delicate young man nestled in her arms. There was a boorish man who was bare-chested and had a live snake as his belt. There was an old man in brocade who was dozing off. His head was nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. There was a handsome young man who was holding a folding fan and wearing a fox fur coat. There was an iron tower giant who was 10 feet tall and held a copper ball in his hand. There was also a dwarf who was jumping around. He was standing on a tall horse that did not match his body size. His big robe was almost dragging on the ground. He was so bizarre that people would think that they had fallen into the ghost city of Fengdu. Hu Chuanya looked on with a sluggish expression. This time he really hit the nail on the head. He had seen a ghost during the day. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinghu's gazes met, and they both saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Although the 20 riders were blocking the path, their positions were very clear. The 2 of them recognized the rider at the back, a bald man with a scarred head like a monk. However, he was wearing a rare Taoist robe that was neither from Mount Longhu nor Mount Wudong. On his shoulder stood a gorgeous parrot. This person could be considered the #1 great calamity in the Jianghu of the 2 rivers. He killed people as he pleased. Even Master Liang had suffered a great loss under his hands. At that time, Chaosha Mountain was angry that a woman in the volcano had been humiliated to death by him. They did not hesitate to mobilize all of their forces, mobilizing 100 light cavalry servants. However, even Zhou Bao and Zhou Qinghu were unable to do anything about it. However, this kind of troublesome devil was only stopped at the back of the 20 riders. Everywhere in the Jianghu, one's seniority was determined by how much strength one possessed. If one's strength was not up to par, one would have to obediently sit on the side. However, they were unable to succeed. The leader of the 20 riders kept a distance behind them. He was a sturdy man with an ordinary appearance. Whether it was his appearance or adornment, he was not eye-catching. Behind him, a coquettish woman in a colorful thin dress clicked her tongue and pretended to be surprised. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled at the Dragon Tail slope, and more than 100 bowls of Mengpo's soup were handed out on the Bridge of Helplessness. This young master's skills are not inferior to our Devil's Sect. Su Fengnian frowned. Devil's Sect. 60 years ago, the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen had single-handedly wiped out 6 Devil's Sect celestial demons on the devil-slaying platform. It was earth-shattering. Since then, the Devil's Sect, which was at its peak, had been unable to recover. Like a rat crossing the street, they only dared to act sneakily. How did they manage to gather such a large group of disciples today? Could it be that they were trying to recruit him into the Devil's Sect? Could it be that after hearing that Hong Xixiang, the reincarnation of Qi Xuanzhen, had committed suicide, these guys really thought that it was time for them to make a comeback? Su Fengnian gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse's hooves were light. He asked with a smile, "What? You want me to be the leader of your devil sect? You have good taste." Chapter 801. Hearing Su Fengnian's arrogant words, the woman was like a fox demon coming out of an ancient temple deep in the mountain. Her delicate hand pushed away the pale green youth in her bosom, who was as handsome as a woman. She held her chest and pretended to be resentful. Her charming eyes were like silk as she said, "Nujia doesn't mind Gongzi becoming the cult leader, but Nujia's words carry little weight. I can't keep my word." Su Fengnian's horsemanship was exquisite. Even if he did not wave the whip with both hands in his sleeves, the warhorse still stopped as if it had a tacit understanding. With a mocking smile he asked, "Your devil cult has dominated the Jianghu for 100 years, but your vitality was greatly damaged by Qi Xuanzhen alone. For the last several decades you have been like a stray dog. I heard that even the second-rate schools dare to ride on your head and defecate and piss. What good will it do for me to be the cult leader who doesn't live up to the name? Don't tell me I have to pay for your basic necessities? Look, your auntie can't even afford to buy thick clothes. And that poor man holding the copper ball, his upper body is bare. And then there's that parrot behind him. Let me see, its breed is not good. It's a primrose that costs only several hundred taels of silver. If it were me, if I wasn't the Shi Fei, who can't be bought with 100 taels of gold, how could I have the face to roam the Jianghu?" Hu Chuanya rolled her eyes and angrily said, "This fellow really doesn't know life from death. He's a jinx. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have run into this group of big devil heads." The fox-like woman who was called Auntie smiled sweetly and sweetly said, "Auntie is too poor to wear warm clothes, but don't I still have you, Gongzi? Let's go back and find a mandarin duck brocade quilt to cover ourselves. We'll be honest with each other and snuggle for warmth." Hu Chuanya, whose face was flushed, spat with all her strength. "What a shameless slut." The handsome youth in the woman's bosom seemed to have knocked over a jar of vinegar, but without waiting for him to speak, the plump woman quietly stretched out her hand and dug her nails into his cheek. The pain was so severe that he immediately kept quiet out of fear. The woman was looking at Su Fengnian with a face full of spring, but as soon as she turned her gaze, she quickly turned to glare at the young girl Hu Chuanya with a cold murderous intent. She lifted her sleeves and rolled up a strand of hair on her temples. A beautiful butterfly appeared in front of Hu Chuanya's eyes. The young girl was pleasantly surprised, but without thinking, she wanted to grab this adorable plaything with her fingers. However, Zhou Qinghu, who was beside her, quickly pulled out his Qinghong sword and slashed the butterfly into 2 halves. However, the butterfly that should have died did not fall to the ground. Instead, one died and the other 2 came back to life, turning into 2 butterflies that fluttered their wings and pounced towards the young girl. Only now did Hu Chuanya realize the severity of the situation, and hurriedly reined in the horse to retreat. Zhou Qinghu's expression was grave. He changed from slashing to slapping. The sword collided with the butterfly, unexpectedly producing 2 muffled, pang sounds. The butterfly did not die. It bounced back several feet and leisurely returned. The woman laughed so hard that her chest shook violently. She looked more and more like a fox spirit that had cultivated into a spirit. She reminded with a smile, "This maiden who uses a sword, even if an ordinary sword can cut through iron like mud, it can't kill the laughing silly butterfly that I've carefully raised. If it's not a Taoist sword, don't waste your energy. A good girl like you shouldn't practice the sword. Don't you know that all the men in the world have swords hanging on their waists? That sword is the real good sword. Alas, it's a pity that you haven't tasted it and don't know how powerful it is. After tasting it a few times, you'll definitely feel like dying. You'll tactfully beg for mercy and willingly admit defeat." The woman turned her head to look at Su Fengnian and asked, "Young master, don't you think so?" The leader of the horsemen said flatly, "Enough." The woman playing with the butterfly immediately shut her mouth. The horseman who had the least presence of an expert in the devil cult looked at Su Fengnian and said, "I'm Lu Lingue, the right protector of the so-called devil cult. This time, I'm under the orders of the cult leader to welcome young master into the cult." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Zhulu Mountain has been without a leader for more than 60 years. How come there's a new master? The Zhulu Mountain is like a temple, with 2 kings and 4 dukes and marquises. The 6 of them have always boasted of being external demons, and you protectors are merely lackeys who serve them tea and water. It seems like the Zhulu Mountain sincerity is not enough." Lu Linggue, the devil cult's protector, did not get angry. He said calmly, "As long as young master enters the mountain, you can be directly conferred the title of Marquis if nothing unexpected happens. As long as you make a great contribution to Jianghu Mountain in the future, the day of being conferred the title of king is just around the corner." It seemed that this was the first time that the horsemen behind Lu Linggue heard about this. When they looked at Su Fengnian again, their eyes were filled with sincere envy and respect. Even the old man in brocade clothes who was dozing off suddenly opened his eyes. When the devil cult was at its peak, it was rumored that there were 30,000 people. There were many talents and experts. It was said that they could compete with a small country. The Jianghu 60 years ago was the history of the righteous faction fighting with Jianghu Mountain to the death. Almost 70 to 80% of the Wulin Alliance chiefs in history died in the hands of the devil cult. After one died, another was elected, one after another. Later, this popular position became a chicken rib that all the Jianghu people knew well. Chao Chongqing's drunken shouting and taking off his boots, Li Chuangong's sword, Dong Tai's donkey riding to see the world, and Wang Xianji's second in the world. These outstanding figures gave the younger generation the feeling that there were so many beauties in Jianghu. Every time they thought about it, their minds would waver. As for the big and small demons involved with Jianghu Mountain, they seemed to have a lot of bad deeds. They either drank people's hearts and livers, plucked in to nourish young, or killed an entire family with a snap of their fingers. This was especially true for the past leaders of Jianghu Mountain and the 6 sky demons. It seemed that it wasn't enough to dominate Jianghu. They also wanted to conquer the world. When the Central Plains lost the deer, all the heroes in the world would chase after it. This was the meaning of Jianghu Mountain. When Su Shao led the Iron Horse into Jianghu, the target of his attack was Jianghu Mountain, which was shrouded in clouds and fog. It was said that the mountain had been accumulating gold and silver for hundreds of years. It was so rich that it could rival a country. Unfortunately, the Bailiang cavalry stopped at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Su Fengnian was absent-minded for a while, so the spirit turtle didn't rush him. However, the brute with the bronze ball who was ridiculed by Su Fengnian didn't have the leisure to wait for the cold in the winter. He raised his palm high above his head and lifted the huge bronze ball weighing hundreds of kilograms. He shouted angrily and threw it at the pretty boy with a disgusting smile. The bronze ball was as heavy as a mountain. Yuan Zuozong rushed out with an iron spear in his right hand. He waved his left hand and easily knocked away the bronze ball. One man, one horse and one spear galloped forward. The spirit turtle was a little annoyed and didn't care about Yuan Zuozong's ability to knock away the heavy bronze ball. But when he rushed forward with a spear in his hand, the spirit turtle became serious. The woman who was playing with butterflies was the first to dodge. Obviously, she didn't want to join in the fun. The spirit turtle wanted to test the white-haired young man's real strength. After a little hesitation, it reined its horse and dodged. The other horses did the same. So, only Yuan Zuozong was left to confront the man who lost the bronze ball. The brute sneered to boost his courage. The muscles in his arms swelled up like dragons. He was about to grab the spear with his bare hands. However, the next moment, his body was suspended in the air. The spear penetrated the brute's strong body. Not only that, but the huge force also knocked him off the horse and lifted him in the air. The strong brute fell to the ground and died. Yuan Zuozong with the spear turned his horse around in the encirclement of the demons. No one dared to provoke him. Hu Chuanya opened her mouth in horror. That's it? Shouldn't the demons beat the white-haired young man until he was rolling on the ground? Su Zhan's eyes were strange. There was an ancient saying in Jianghu that said 3 parts of the stick technique and 7 parts of the spear. The stick, and the spear were all connected. Generally speaking, the spear was a line, and the circle was wonderful. The stick could hit a large area, and it was like torrential rain. Su Zhan had been immersed in the stick technique for many years. His father's generation was famous in this area. For the casual spear of Yuan Zuozong, there was nothing unusual about it. However, Su Zhan knew the meaning of this spear. It was the peak state of the observing skill scripture of his father, Su Dachu. People who practiced martial arts were always confused by the dense and complicated moves in the secret manuals. However, once they crossed the threshold and broke through the paper window, it became easier and easier to understand. There was no need to memorize many words, and there was no need to use hundreds of fancy moves. When a master faced an enemy, life and death were often decided. The living would have a bad reputation, and the dead would be reincarnated. The spirit turtle was indifferent to the dead man. He praised indifferently, "No wonder you are known as the most powerful General Yuan Baixiong on the spring and autumn horse." Yuan Zuozong pulled the spear and retreated slowly. He was unparalleled. Even Hu Chuanya, a girl who was obsessed with insignificant things, was in a trance. He was so cool and unrestrained. She continued to cuss in her heart. It was really a pity that such a valiant hero was actually a servant of someone who only knew how to talk fast. Su Fengnian laughed. "Fortunately, Wang Xiaoping of Wudong is not here. Otherwise, none of you can leave." As he spoke, a middle-aged Taoist with a brand-new peach-wood sword appeared behind the 20 riders. After the battle in Divine Martial Arts City, the elusive Wudong sword maniac had set up a formation as if he was the aureole behind the mantis. Su Fengnian laughed shamelessly. "I said I was a jinx. Sure enough, it comes true every time." The Taoist was 1 foot tall, and the devil was 10 feet tall. But today, the Taoist was 3,000 feet tall. Chapter 802. With Yuan Zuozong and Wang Xiaoping at the back, the people of Zhulu Mountain were all cultivators. Most of them had lost the will to fight. The beautiful woman saw that the situation was not good, so she decisively took back the pair of colorful butterflies. The butterflies flew around her and returned to her sleeves. The world recognized Wudong Shinta sword and Gu Jiantang's Nanhua saber as the #1 talisman weapon in the world. Gu Jiantang was in the center of the imperial court and was just an unreachable statue in Jianghu. Wang Xiaoping was different, especially for devils like women who studied unorthodox methods. She was the bane of their lives. Playing witchcraft in front of Wang Xiaoping was like courting death. Wang Xiaoping's talisman sword could break 10,000 spells. But the land spirit turtle and several other powerful figures in Zhulu Mountain did not lose their color even when they saw the Wudong sword maniac. The land spirit turtle was even more calm and said softly, "Zhulu Mountain is waiting for you at the foot of the Dragon Tail slope. We only want to welcome you to be conferred the title of Marquis. We don't want to provoke you. The reason why we have gathered so many people is that we are worried that you will think that Zhulu Mountain is not sincere enough." The spirit tortoise, who was not good with words, was carefully weighing its words when it was interrupted by Hu Chuanya's crisp laughter. However, this time, Zhou Qinghu and the others did not blame the little girl too much. The scene in front of them was simply too unexpected. The nearly 20 riders behind the spirit tortoise also reacted and whispered among themselves. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Wudong Taoist with the peach-wood sword on his back came in a hurry, leaving everyone aside. Probably because he didn't like Su Fengnian's pretense, Su Fengnian, who had his hands in his sleeves, casually raised his cuffs and wiped his cheeks. This vulgar action caused the woman's delicate body to sway. The handsome young man in her arms with a gentle face hated Su Fengnian even more for taking all the limelight. Su Fengnian was in a good mood today and did not mind these people from the devil cult blocking his way. He said, "If Zhulu Mountain is sincere, ask your hierarch to come and see me in person. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Conferred the title of Marquis? I can't believe you have the guts to take it out." Those demons, who had been prejudiced by their first impressions, were used to sitting on a mountain and watching the world. At this moment, they also remembered that the young man in front of them would one day become the king of Bailiang. The vassal kings of Liang were powerful and influential. Who could defeat the king of Bailiang? This time, Deer Chasing Mountain was indeed a little petty. Lu Lingue was truly a good-tempered clay bodhisattva. He did not object to the request, but a strange smile appeared on his lips. "I was fortunate enough to meet Sect Master in the mountain. Sect Master once said that he had some connections with you, young master. Since that's the case, I dare not act on my own. I'll return to the mountain to meet Sect Master and pass on your request." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "From your tone, it sounds like your cult master has a great background?" Spirit Tortoise Lu said calmly, "I don't dare to lie, but I can tell you the truth. Sect Master took only half a day to reach the top of the mountain. He slaughtered the original 2 kings and 4 dukes. At this time, Deer Chasing Mountain has already recruited 4 first-level masters and half of the mysterious Finger Vajra. Aside from me coming to welcome you, there are 2 other groups of people welcoming people into the mountain. Sect Master even went to West Chu's Chao Chongqing in person, asking this Confucian saint to be the senior guest of Deer Chasing Mountain." Su Fengnian was dumbfounded as if he had heard a heavenly book. He mocked, "Then why didn't your sect master just make Wang Xianji the vice sect master and then make Dong Tai the senior guest?" Then he could swallow the Wu family's sword tomb and dominate the martial arts world. Who would dare to oppose him? That's what you call awe-inspiring. Spirit Tortoise Lu said methodically, I'll pass on your suggestion to Sect Master. Su Fengnian imitated a young girl and chuckled, which could be considered as an order to leave. Spirit Tortoise Lu was quite efficient. He did not waste any more words and turned his horse around to leave with his people. The scantily clad beautiful woman didn't forget to glance back and smile. Su Fengnian stood there in a daze. He didn't care much about the devils of deer-chasing mountain, whose strength couldn't be underestimated. However, he was a bit wary of the cult master who was like a flood dragon in the clouds. Although Su Fengnian didn't believe Spirit Tortoise Lu's words at all, he didn't lower his guard at all. Deer-chasing mountain had stood in Jianghu for 800 years. The catastrophe 60 years ago wasn't the most tragic in the history of the demonic cult. 100 years ago, almost all the sword immortals, except for Ancestor Lu, who was the first in 500 years, had gone to deer-chasing mountain and killed a lot of people. In each dynasty, the founders were mostly talented and wise, and their successors were not too far behind. Occasionally, there would be a lord of resurgence who would turn the tide, but he could only prolong the dynasty's reign. However, there were a total of 9 cult leaders of deer-chasing mountain, including the previous Lu Songtao. All of them were the overlords of Jianghu, who were only one step away from Wang Xianji. The cult leader's seat would be left empty for decades rather than for a mediocre person to sit on. Whoever became the cult leader, no matter how unknown they were outside of deer-chasing mountain, would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Take Lu Songtao for example. After he suffered qi deviancy derangement, he left deer-chasing mountain and killed more than 10,000 people. This caused the Jianghu and the imperial court to feel uneasy and try their best to stop him. However, it was all to no avail. In the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, Lu Songtao had killed 2 emperors. One of them was dismembered by Lu Songtao on the dragon throne, while the other lost his head on the dragon bed for no apparent reason. The number of officials, generals, and ministers in the Central Plains was uncountable. It was rumored that in the end, the divine master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Gusu, personally went to the Dragon Lake and sacrificed 6 purple golden lotuses. She used the power of a celestial to engrave the prophecy of the 9 words and killed Lu Songtao from thousands of miles away. The outstanding people of the same generation as Lu Songtao, be it the sword immortals or the people of the 3 sects, without exception, did not attain immortality. It was probably because the will of heaven was angry that it did not do anything, so the gate of heaven was closed for 20 years. Su Fengnian laughed at himself. A few years ago, he liked to listen to stories of people like Lu Songtao the most. When he really thought that he had rolled back and forth in the mud a few times, he no longer envied him. Lu Songtao flew all day long and could not be killed by hundreds of slashes. What kind of Jianghu people were they? They were all immortals. Su Fengnian shook his head slightly and shook off his messy thoughts. He did not want to think about the Zhulu mountain or the hierarch. He pulled out his sleeve and made a gesture to move forward. Great Ancestor Gu, who had demanded an exorbitant price for the position of commander of the Bailiang infantry, followed quietly. The 2 of them walked side by side. The old man, who was no longer lethargic, laughed softly and said, "Your Highness, I shamelessly asked you for a troublesome official position. Please don't take it seriously. Now, I know what the Bailiang cavalry lacks and what they need. I won't cause you any trouble." Su Fengnian did not puff himself up at his own cost. He nodded and said, "Previously, I let the Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu take off his armor and return home. My actions were not honorable. It would not be easy to immediately make a move on Yan Wenluan, even if Su Xiao personally made a move, let alone me. But please rest assured, General Gu. The position of the deputy commander of the infantry will definitely be yours." Great Ancestor Gu laughed and asked, "I, Great Ancestor Gu, have some fame in naval warfare. As the deputy commander of the infantry, aren't you afraid that Yan Wenluan, who has outstanding military achievements, will push you aside and make you lose face? Even you, the one who recommended him, will be disgraced?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "On the surface, it seems that Yan Wenluan has the right time, place and people. However, when I first traveled the Jianghu, there was a saying on the inn's wall. The one who stands at the top cannot sit for too long. Don't rely on a moment of pride to cover the future. Yan Wenluan has cultivated his direct descendants for 20 years, resulting in a pool of stagnant water. This person seems to be at the peak of his power. His words carry weight in the Bailiang infantry, but in fact, he is not really an iron bucket. In the officialdom, a local snake has its advantages, and a dragon that crosses the river also has its advantages. Besides, if Yen Wenlwan's table manners are too ugly and he really wants to lose face with a hedonistic son like me, I will take advantage of the situation and let him accompany Zhong Honggu to enjoy his grandchildren. Great Ancestor Gu turned his head and glanced at the carriage that Huang Shang was in. He sighed and said, "If Huang Shang is a foolish but loyal scholar, he will not go to Bailiang." Chapter 803. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The descendants of Bailiang's generals are the so-called descendants of generals. Other than some second- and third-class families, very few families let their descendants go to the border to live a military life. The commander of the cavalry, Zhong Honggu, did not let Zhong Qingxin join the army. First, he didn't want to cut off the family line. Second, he had a sinister eye. He believed that the military had ruled for 20 years and had accumulated a lot of corruption. In the end, it would be a civil official who was familiar with politics to take over. But these years, the imperial court has been waving its hoe vigorously and sparing no effort in poaching people. In the past, it was Yan Jieshi who became a relative of the imperial family. Following that, it was Jin Lanting who gained power. Now, it was the great scholar Yao Baifeng who entered the capital to become an official. Actually, to me, it doesn't matter how much ability Huang Shang, who is about to go to the capital and enter Taiwan, has. The key is that he is willing to go to Bailiang to become an official. That's enough. The imperial court has disgusted Bailiang for 20 years. In the future the tables will turn." Hearing this, Great Ancestor Gu laughed heartily. Some of the tentative moves he had made in his heart also disappeared at this moment. The white-haired boy was so young, but he was already so generous. Why should he, an old man, be so narrow-minded? Perhaps it was because after the soldiers of Longwei Slope intercepted them and the devil cult blocked their way, the group walked unusually calmly. They steadily approached Kaisher Mountain. Before entering the mountain, there was a wine stall by the side of the road. When the old wine seller saw Hu Chuanya, it was as if he had seen his own daughter. He refused to pay for the wine and took out good wine to greet the group. Hu Chuanya didn't put on any airs and personally poured wine for Huang Daran, Su Zhan, Zhou Qinghu, and the others. As for Su Fengnian and his group of people, she ignored them. Su Fengnian didn't have a good impression of this unruly woman. At this moment, he thought that no matter how annoying a woman was, she still had a soft heart. Perhaps Hu Chuanya would never know that her most likable moment was not when she wore heavy makeup to get married, or when she was high-spirited in Jianghu. Maybe it was this kind of insignificant frown and smile. Su Fengnian sat and drank. Great Ancestor Gu drank a bowl of wine and was in high spirits. He looked up at the mountain and saw the green after the snow melted. He said loudly, "Heaven and earth don't care, but the wine does." Huang Shang drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and smiled. "It doesn't matter if it's good or not." Su Fengnian didn't join in the fun. He just smiled and clinked bowls with Yuan Zuozong and took a sip. It was reasonable that Kaisher Mountain was far away from the downtown area. The 40 miles of road into the mountain was narrow and difficult to pass. Otherwise, it would have been suppressed by the government. However, the next 20 miles gave people a feeling of suddenly opening up. The road was paved with large bluestone slabs, which could allow 3 carriages to drive side by side. It could be seen that Kaisher Mountain was very rich. The road was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Hu Chuanya was talking in a low voice with a middle-aged man who had a high position on the mountain. She turned her head and pointed at Su Fengnian from time to time. The man's face was deep and his eyes were fierce. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of this uninvited guest. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinghu naturally didn't want to make trouble. However, in Kaisher Mountain, Hu Chuanya was a well-deserved golden branch and jade leaf. Su Zhan could remind her, but he didn't want to. Zhou Qinghu wanted to say something, but he knew it was not appropriate. For a moment, the atmosphere on the road was a little strange. As more and more people came to greet Hu Chuanya, dozens of riders galloped. Their momentum was not inferior to the soldiers on the Dragon Tail slope. The voices of young lady rose one after another, which made Hu Chuanya proud. Especially when a green-robed swordsman with an elegant look rode down the mountain alone and appeared in her sight. Hu Chuanya's eyes were wet as if she had been greatly wronged. The swordsman with a good temperament was like a man in his 40s. The older he was, the more popular he was. There was an ancient long sword at his waist with 2 hanging tassels. In addition to the sword, there was also an eye-catching wine pot. The green-robed man bent down on the horse and patted his daughter's head lovingly. Then he cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinhu, the 2 juniors, hurriedly bowed back respectfully. Kaisha Mountain was rich and had a lot of people. They roamed Jianghu alone and couldn't afford to offend them. Relying on friends outside, especially nameless soldiers roaming Jianghu, was the same principle as a young scholar hoping to make a name for himself in the literary world. They all paid attention to the fact that many hands picked up firewood to make a name for themselves. It was a blessing to be able to form a good relationship. One's reputation depended on one's own efforts and even more so on the support of seniors. Zhao Hongdan, who had married into Kaisha Mountain, knew his daughter's character. She didn't seem to believe in the slandering words at all. Instead, she paid special attention to Su Qi. When he went up the mountain, he took the initiative to rein in his horse and said gently, "Xianxia is still young. Thanks to young Master Su for taking care of her on this trip. I hope young Master Su can be frank with me on this visit to Kaisha Mountain. Since we've met, we're all brothers and can treat Kaisha Mountain as our home." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Su Qi has been famous in Quarry Mountain for a long time. Hero Zhao's 96 drunken swordsmanship is even more well known in Jianghu." Su Qi was really a little nervous before entering the mountain this time. After meeting Hero Zhao, I can finally relax. Zhao Hongdan laughed heartily and repeated the compliment a few times. On the sunny side of the mountain, there was a continuous stretch of secluded small buildings with bamboo groves. The scenery was elegant and elegant. It was for the guests of Kaisha Mountain to stay. The small buildings were built with small water bamboos. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Most of the furniture in the buildings were also made with bamboo. There were bamboo flutes, bamboo beds, bamboo tables, and even some bamboo root carvings that were made by masters. Zhao Hongdan personally helped the group settle down. Only then did he bring his daughter, Xianxia, up the mountain to meet the real owner of Kaisha Mountain. After leaving the building, Su Fengnian walked along a stone path into the bamboo groves. There were wooden fences on both sides of the path. Along the path, there were large red lanterns hanging on the bamboo groves. Presumably, after the sky turned yellow, the lights stretched out in 2 continuous lines. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Su Fengnian walked and walked until he arrived in front of an ancient temple. The spring water gurgled. The ancient temple was worshipped by the Hu family of Kaisha Mountain. It probably wasn't open to visitors outside the mountain. There was a plaque with the words, "Multicolored Zen Temple," written on it. The couplet on the door was also very interesting. "If you don't turn back, who will save you? If you can change your mind, why do you need my mercy? Turn back." Su Fengnian smiled. He wanted to turn around and go back to his residence. The otherworldly item in the red robe appeared next to him. After recuperating for a while, its 2 faces had mostly recovered. However, its 6 arms had turned into 5, which made it look even more strange. Su Fengnian didn't want to enter the temple, but he didn't want to hurry back either. He walked to the brook outside the temple and squatted on a big rock, listening to the murmuring of the brook. The man and the otherworldly item were in a peaceful state of mind. The otherworldly item lowered its head and saw that Shi Yan's boots were stained with mud. It reached out and gently peeled it off. Su Fengnian smiled. "Don't clean it up. It will get dirty when we go back." However, the otherworldly item was still tirelessly doing this quiet and trivial task. A child's ear-piercing scream came from behind them. "Ghost! Ghost!" A group of well-dressed children were carrying bamboo baskets and hoes to dig winter bamboo shoots. They had harvested something in the bamboo forest. At this moment, they suddenly saw a woman in red who could turn her face around. Of course, they would think that she was a wild ghost hiding in the bamboo forest. "Don't be afraid. This is the temple. Let's smash that ghost to death together." "Yeah, Dad said that evil can't prevail over good. Ghosts are most afraid of the sound of chanting in the temple. Let's smash it while reciting the 1,000-character classic." When a slightly older boy shouted, he threw the hoe in his hand fiercely. The other children echoed and followed suit. The children in the Quarry Mountain could use medicine to strengthen their bodies at a young age. Their strength was much greater than ordinary children's. 7 or 8 hoes were thrown toward the brook. The few girls who were crying also gathered their courage. Their arm strength was relatively weak, so they couldn't throw their hose to the stream bank. They began to recite the 1,000-character classic that almost all private schools would make their children memorize when they entered the school. After throwing the hose, none of them hit the target. The boys began to bend down to pick up lighter stones. Unfortunately, for some reason, whether it was the hose or the stones, their trajectories were changed. They lost their accuracy and fell around the white-headed ghost and the red-dressed ghost. The children weren't as timid as they were at the beginning. The more they fought, the braver they became. Even the most timid children began to laugh and throw stones as fun. After throwing all the stones around, they switched to the winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo baskets. Su Fengnian's arm was tightly gripped by it. That was why he didn't turn his head. "Let's go. Let's call Mom and Dad to beat the ghost," a boy ordered. A little girl glanced at the otherworldly item in the red robe with disdain. She said with disdain, "Ugly. It's really a ghost." She called it an ugly monster. Perhaps it was better than all of Han Diaoxi's fierce methods outside Jianghu City. Su Fengnian was about to speak when he turned his head and saw that other than one of its arms tightly gripping his arm, its other 4 arms were cupping the 2 faces of joy and compassion. Its fingers were like hooks that seeped with blood. It was as if it wanted to tear off their faces. He gently raised his hand and pulled down her fingers bit by bit. He looked at the brook and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, letting her head rest on his shoulder. Her eye sockets were bleeding. 4 streams of blood and tears blurred her 2 cheeks. Su Fengnian murmured, "Suing, how can you be so beautiful? When I was outside Jianghu City, before I borrowed the spring and autumn sword, I thought, it's not bad to die with you." Her face was crying for joy and her face was smiling for compassion. Chapter 804. The sun was setting in the west. At the peak of Mount Lantua, there was a mound of soil that had been used as a prison for almost 40 years. Suddenly, a golden light shone from it, as if a clay bodhisattva had cracked open, revealing an invincible golden body. Other than this mound of soil, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged on the ground, wearing a tattered kasaya. He was old, his snow-white eyebrows drooping down to his knees. He spun around on the ground, exposed to the sun and wind, causing his skin to be dark and wrinkled. It was like a dried-up field, making his white eyebrows look even paler. When he saw the mound of soil loosening and dirt falling to the ground, it was almost imperceptible. However, in the ears of this tantric Buddhism Dharmaraja, it was as if thunder was ringing in his ears. His long eyebrows fluttered in the wind, and his body became as still as a mountain. As a great monk of Mount Lantua who claimed to have never lied in his life, he and another senior monk had been taking turns to wait here for more than 20 years. The white-browed old monk stood up and lowered his head submissively. He saw the debris falling down continuously and golden light radiating from his body. The immortal was revealed. At this moment, Mount Lantua was suddenly filled with the chanting of sutras. The mountain appeared even more majestic and dignified under the chanting. The old monk facing the east looked back to the west, and the sun was setting. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the mound of soil was like a sleeping lion that finally stopped napping. After opening its eyes, it shook off the dust and began to swallow the mountains and rivers. The afterglow lit up, and compared to the radiance of the sun in the sky, the brilliance was not inferior at all. Mahavairakana. The elderly Dharmaraja slowly turned his head, and an old monk who seemed to have returned to the world of the living appeared in his vision. Compared to the white-browed old monk who was more than 100 years old, he was even older and more muddle-headed. He was withered and skinny, and probably did not even weigh 90 jin. Such a physique could be said to be extremely weak. Although Mount Lantua did not advocate martial arts, the senior monks of the past, like the six-jeweled guru who was only his junior, were not weak in terms of cultivation base. Bodhisattvas lowered their brows in benevolence, and at the same time, they could subdue dragons and elephants. In the white-browed monk's vision, the old monk was silent and lifeless. Esoteric Buddhism had always been regarded as heretical by the central plains of the eastern land. In the final analysis, it was the Confucianism and Taoism that held grudges against each other. Now that the Liang dynasty and Beimang had almost wiped out Buddhism at the same time, it was actually Zen Buddhism that was destroyed. However, the white-browed old monk wanted to see the general trend after this catastrophe of Buddhism. He could not do it himself, so he could only pin his hopes on the pure clean lion in front of him, who had made a great vow to not only become Buddha himself but also to make all the people become Buddhas. The withered old monk finally opened his mouth. Before he spoke, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air like gray smoke. The filth in one's body and mind is like a glass bottle that can be broken with a hammer. But all living beings have a million glass bottles, and the hammer is in the east. The white-browed old monk's expression changed as he clasped his palms together and chanted, "From west to east, if I don't enter hell, who will?" After saying this, the withered old monk, who was even older than the 100-year-old Dharma king of Mount Lontua, reached out his hand and touched the top of his head. It was as if he had smashed himself with a hammer, dispersing the golden light and illuminating the mountain peak. The white-browed monk's expression was sorrowful. Smashing the glass bottle with a hammer should have allowed one to become Buddha and achieve the supreme Dharmakaya. However, the monk knew that the monk in front of him was not like that at all. Above the West Mountain, an unusually bright sun seemed to have lost its support. After the monk's self-empowerment, the sun quickly dimmed and the afterglow disappeared as it hurriedly fell down the mountain. The monk, who had white eyebrows that reached his knees, looked up again and could no longer see the old monk who had been enlightened for 40 years. There was a saying in the 2 Zen temples that one had an epiphany, but this pause had been rather long. The old monk could only hear the chanting of sutras all over the mountain. He sighed softly. Outside the Iron Gate Pass, an old monk flew across the desert and the Gobi Desert. Once, he stopped to use his fingers as a knife to cut off the flesh of his arm and feed it to the young eagles between the cracks of the mountain wall. Another time, he squatted in the desert and watched the insects swim away. When the dying old monk came to the Kuei Gate, he seemed to be over 10 years younger than before. He stood still outside the Kuei Gate, absent-mindedly and dizzily. Judging by the people who came in and left the Kuei Gate in a hurry, it seemed that they had been here for days and nights. When the warriors of the Kuei Gate prepared to go and ask them some questions, the old monk had already disappeared. There were many dangerous mountains and deep streams in the northern border of western Shu. It was difficult to reach the central plains. An old monk dressed in a monk's robe moved like a swan. He came and went like the wind. He saw mountains and rivers and stepped on them. His withered skin had already begun to glow, like a winter tree in the early spring. However, his eyes were getting more and more dizzy. His kasaya fluttered in the wind. His next step was where he wanted to land. He met a boatman pulling a boat on the shoal. The old monk appeared at the stern of the boat. He stepped into the bone-piercing cold river and listened to the chants of the Shu men. He slowly pushed the boat for 20 miles. Then, he flashed across hundreds of feet in the deep mountains and old forests. With a loud bang, the old monk suddenly stopped. He held a winter bird that he had bumped into with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. The old monk's eyes were confused. He first came to his senses, then silently grieved. Then, he fell into confusion again and his eyes became unfocused. He stood there for half an hour. During this time, the heavy rain fell on his head, and the snow and frost penetrated his bones. Until one morning, when the sun rose in the east, he suddenly turned around and headed east. He walked for thousands of miles through the yellow sand. He passed by the pool of Jin City, the ditch of Chen Sun, and the narrow path before he finally set foot on the central plains. He took shelter under the wall of a small town and watched people walk with umbrellas. He watched people wash their clothes by the stream that was not higher than his knees. He listened to the night watchman's sound under the moon and stars, and he met frozen bones on the roadside in the ancient capital of the famous city. One day, the old monk, who was only 60 years old, saw a single word on a lonely grave in the wilderness. He didn't know why, but after traveling for thousands of miles and seeing thousands of people, he had already forgotten who he was, where he was going, and who he was seeing. The old monk continued to travel east in a daze. One day, he came to a green mountain. The wind shook the pine forest, and the sound was like waves. Using his mind, he floated up to an ancient pine and looked into the distance. He listened to the sound of the pine trees. After a full 10 minutes, he said hoarsely, "Pine trees." He firmly remembered the word, Lu. In addition, at this moment, the pine trees were like drums. The old monk was no longer old. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. To this monk from Mount Lontua who had traveled 10,000 miles to the east and forgotten the past, he was indeed not confused at this moment. He smiled and said, "Lu Song Tao." Jianghu soon learned that a young crazy monk had come to the western regions. He traveled east, and his mouth seemed to be singing and reciting. Wherever he passed, He would suddenly kill anyone he did not agree with. Suddenly, he would instruct others to pass on the Dharma. On the boundless plain, young monks who seemed to be in their 20s were singing loudly and riding the wind. It was still the same useless song that had begun to spread across the central plains. Heaven and earth are useless. They are not worthy of my attention. The sun and moon are useless. They cannot exist together. Kunlun is useless. If it does not come, then it is me. Compassion is useless. I am sanctimonious. Peace is useless. My sleeves are empty. The great river is useless. It goes east and never returns. Wind and snow are useless. They cannot fill one's stomach. Grass is useless. It withers with each passing year. Meditation is useless. How can one become a Buddha? The young monk who was swaggering forward suddenly stopped and looked into the distance as if he was looking at the scenery hundreds of miles away. He held his belly and laughed loudly. A series of loud laughter suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. He did not restrain his laughter. The tattered kasaya on his body began to flutter. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of him. He tore a gully in the ground. The young monk sprinted for 600 miles. He broke walls, entered forests, and jumped mountains. Finally, he collided with a white-robed monk who was also sprinting from 600 miles away. The ground within a radius of 3 miles instantly sank into a huge round pit. After the collision, the young monk paused for a moment and then continued to run forward like a river flowing east. He was still laughing. The emperor is useless. It is only 100 years. The king of hell is useless. He envies me for being free. Immortals are useless. All mortals laugh. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Where am I? Where am I going? Who in the world could block the path of this young crazy monk? Dong Tai had already gone to the sea to visit immortals. Chao Chongqing was determined to restore his country. Could it be Wang Xianji in the martial emperor city? The world did not know that there was a mountain between the crazy monk and Wang Xianji. On the main peak of Mount Zhulu, there were 3,000 white jade steps. A white-robed devil who had just entered Mount Zhulu was looking down at the world. There were 2 big spiritual energy fish, one red and one green. They looked like carps but were not carps. They looked like dragons but were not dragons. The fish's whiskers were extremely slender. The fish floated in the air as if they were swimming. They swam around the white-robed man mysteriously. Besides the 2 strange creatures beside the white-robed man, there were 2 men of different ages near the steps. One of them was standing and the other was sitting. The younger one was less than 30 years old. He was short and had a dull look on his face. He sat on the steps and looked at the mountain scenery with his hands supporting his cheeks. The older one was about 40 years old. He carried a long cloth bag with a broken spear inside. The middle-aged man asked softly, "Sect master, let Deng Mao stop that monk from the west?" It was Bei Meng's words. The white-robed man asked calmly, "Can you stop Tuoba?" The man who called himself Deng Mao laughed self-mockingly and shook his head. The sect master's meaning was very simple. If he could stop Tuoba, he would have the ability to stop that gray-robed monk. After all, even the white-robed monk Li Dongxin had not succeeded. The short man said, "Even if he is Lu Songtao who escaped a calamity back then, he might not be able to defeat the current Wang Xianji and Tuoba when he was at his peak." The white-robed man sneered, "Wait until you defeat the 9th in the world, Deng Mao. Then you can say that." Deng Mao laughed softly. "It will happen sooner or later. In the future, Beimang will have to rely on Hong Jingyan and this kid to support its reputation." The white-robed man did not refute and slowly walked down the steps. The thousands of devils who were crawling on the steps lowered their heads. The white-robed man looked to the west expressionlessly. Since Li Dongxin was unwilling to be entangled, then let me, Luo Yang, fight with you, Lu Songtao. Chapter 805. There was one chapter in the evening and one in the early morning. The child was talking nonsense, not to mention the absurd theory of demons appearing outside the Zen temple. Naturally, they could not afford to make waves. The quarry mountain did not pay much attention to it at first, but Xianxia, who liked to be lively, came to the stream with the children. When she saw the half-familiar figure of the guy, she did not know why she had an indescribable feeling. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and walked over to stand by the stream. She glanced at the snow-white man. Originally, according to her temperament, she would only feel comfortable when she returned home after being humiliated outside. However, She was stunned and could not say anything harsh at the moment. Just when the children were confused, a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes walked out of the Zen temple. She was like a plump peony. Compared to the young Xianxia, her embryonic outline was similar, but she had a more mature charm. When the woman saw her daughter's figure, she was stunned for a moment. She smiled and walked slowly. When she approached, the slender white-haired man had already stood up and turned around. The woman was shocked. She thought that it was an old guest of the Quarry Mountain, but she did not expect it to be such a handsome and romantic young man. Especially the pair of red phoenix eyes. The woman praised in her heart, "This thing can capture a woman's heart the best." She calmed herself down and was about to tease her daughter, but the young man had already introduced himself. He treated people well and spoke frankly. The woman thought that her taste was not bad and thought that if she could let this young man marry into the Quarry Mountain, it would not be a bad treatment for Xianxia. After chatting for a while, the woman looked at Xianxia like a mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law, which made Xianxia very embarrassed. She tried to persuade her mother to go up the mountain. However, the woman kept looking back and chatting with the handsome young man, asking him to go up the mountain to enjoy the scenery when he was free tomorrow. The young man agreed. When the mother and daughter almost disappeared from his sight, he went down the mountain to his residence. Coincidentally, the woman turned her head and looked at each other. He smiled and waved his hand. The woman who had been eating vegetarian food and reciting Buddha in the Zen temple turned her head and asked in a low voice, "Xianxia, what is the background of this Su Qi?" Xianxia rambled on about the two disturbances at Long Way Slope. The woman laughed bitterly, laughing at herself for having the thought of letting him marry into her family. She sighed and said, "Then he is not an ordinary son of a general's family. The temple on Kaisha Mountain is too small to keep him." Xianxia said angrily, "Why should I keep him? If it were not for Sister Zhou's face, I would not let him go up the mountain to eat and drink." The woman stretched out her finger and poked her daughter's forehead. She teased, "No one knows a daughter better than a mother. Why are you still pretending to be a tigress in front of your mother? Don't look at how crazy you are now. Mother knows that when you get married in the future, you will definitely be a good wife and mother." Xianxia held her mother's arm and giggled like a spoiled child. She asked curiously, "How did mother know that Guy is a general's son?" The woman was Xianxia, the famous fierce woman of the Quarry Mountain. She said softly, "This young man has the same momentum as your grandfather. He must be a man who has rolled in blood and bones. Even if the government officials are polite to you on the surface and arrogant in their bones, they are not like this. Moreover, you said that this man killed more than 100 Iron Hut soldiers on the Dragon Tail Slope. You must know that in the Liang Imperial Palace, the civil and military officials have always minded their own business. If there is no big shot from the military in their family, they would not dare to be so bold. Otherwise, even if you are the legitimate grandson of the Minister of the Six Ministries, you would not act so domineeringly. You also said that this man's retinue, sitting on a horse, easily stabbed that devil of the devil cult to death with a single thrust of his spear. He is clearly a man who can defeat 10,000 people on the battlefield. Xianxia, our Quarry Mountain must not be careless. Come with mother to your grandfather's place and tell him everything in detail." Xianxia said angrily, "I won't go." Xianxia smiled sweetly. She just held her daughter's cold little hand and walked slowly up the mountain. Love does not know where it comes from, but it goes deeper. Unfortunately, most of them turn from deep to shallow and forget each other. Su Fengnian returned to the quiet bamboo house and found that great ancestor Gu and Huang Shang seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He apologized and asked for a pot of wine from the maid in the bamboo house. Together with Yuan Zuozong, the four of them sat around the stove. The stove had 4 legs and a big iron basin was placed in the middle. The basin was filled with charcoal and the ashes after the charcoal was burned. The maid squatting by the stove was holding an iron pincer. She gently flipped the charcoal in the basin so that the charcoal would not be too hot and would not be extinguished. She squatted there and the light of the fire shone on her face. Su Fengnian knew the way to deal with this strange stove. He smiled and took the iron pincer from the maid and let her rest first. When the maid walked out of the room, he smiled and said, "If there are sweet potatoes or zongzi from the south, it will be delicious after being roasted. It's the first time I travel and I'm a bit down. But it's not all because I'm hungry. It's really delicious." Chapter 806. Great Ancestor Gu nodded his head. After perfunctorily agreeing, he said in a deep voice, "When I talked with your highness earlier, Your Highness indeed knows the Ashes collection by heart. You are not trying to worm your way into being friends with me. Since I, Great Ancestor Gu, want to go to the poor place in Baelyong to show off my skills, then I will not hide some things. Just as the Ashes collection said at the beginning, the world's most dangerous places are not because of the geographical location, but because of the people. Baelyong is poor, not only in terms of money and geography, but also in terms of people. Great Ancestor Gu admired the king of Baelyong's management of the army. However, in these years, the imperial court has been making things difficult for Baelyong, making it impossible for Baelyong to form a decent group of scholars. Originally, it was not easy to have the Yao family, but Yao Baifeng sent it to the imperial court to fill the hole left by the collapse of the Song family. It was like a rural woman who flirted with the rich men in the city all year round and finally married into a rich family and became a concubine. In addition, the scholars in the world have always regarded the spring and autumn period as a great injustice. The king of Baelyong has been regarded as the chief culprit who broke the backbone of the scholars. No rich families or aristocratic families will go to the Su family for fear of leaving a stain in history and being ashamed to face their ancestors. Baelyong's fields are in short supply, and it is already an urgent matter. Li Yishan is a great talent, but it is also difficult for him to cook without rice. Now that Chen Jibao's illness has caused a large number of generals to go to Shu, secretly wanting to establish their own family. They are waiting for him to be conferred the title of the king of Shu and restrict Baelyong, making Baelyong a floating house with holes on all sides. At this time, they need a large number of fresh people to sew the walls and window paper. The outer wall of Baelyong's courtyard is still fine. With the 300,000 cavalry under the command of the king of Baelyong, neither the Liang imperial court nor the tiger and wolf of Baimang will dare to provoke them easily. However, the window paper that makes the house warm ultimately depends on the civil officials. Warriors can ride fierce horses and carry iron spears, but it is not appropriate to ask them to do embroidery work. Su Fengnian calmly said, "The leader of the Green Party is the Lu family, one of the 8 pillars of Liang, Lu Feiqi. He can be considered a genuine minister of 2 dynasties. He has served in the 3 ministries of military and civil affairs. Before he retired, even the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu had to pay respect to him as a disciple. This old pillar of state has the intention to let a woman from the Lu family marry into Baelyong. This time when I return to Baelyong, going to Shangyin Academy is a private matter. Going to Qingzhou to visit Lu Feiqi is the main business. I am trying to persuade the old man to move his family to the north." Su Fengnian reached out to stir the charcoal fire and laughed. "I couldn't open my mouth in the past. First of all, the marriage wasn't set in stone yet. I was afraid that Baelyong would think too highly of themselves. It's fine if I lose face, but Su Xiao can't afford to lose face like this. Moreover, the time wasn't right. At that time, the Green Party in Qingzhou was known for its unity in the imperial court. It wasn't like today when the tree falls. Now, under the control of Zhang Julu, the Green Party has fallen apart. The other 2 families of the Green Party have clung to the Zhang Party and the Gu Party. I think it's time for the Lu family to find a way out for themselves. After all, the Lu family was the most powerful family in the past. They were suppressed by the other 2 families until they couldn't raise their heads. After they completely separated, they couldn't beat the other 2 families. Because now the Lu family is sleeping like a widow." Huang Chong, who hadn't interjected all this time, was puzzled and asked, "Sleeping like a widow? What do you mean?" Great Ancestor Gu laughed loudly and said, "There's no one up there." Huang Chong, who was upright and honest, quietly gritted his teeth and quickly lowered his head to drink. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "The Lu family, which is full of power and influence, is a strong medicine. Sir Huang, who is alone, is a warm medicine. Baelyong can't do without either. In addition, Baelyong is also willing to protect the world and make all the poor happy. Soon, the whole world will know about Chen Shiliang and Lu Wenbao." Huang Chong chewed for a moment and said softly, "Poor scholars, what a good protect the world and make all the poor happy." Great Ancestor Gu's words had always been straightforward. Scholars read the books of the sages, but few of them are wholeheartedly focused on becoming sages. In fact, they are all seeking fame and fortune. Those aristocratic families who have been in high positions for a long time can ignore Baelyong, but the poor scholars who have no foundation are different. Although the imperial court spared no effort to recruit poor scholars after Zhang Julu formed the cabinet, no one is a fool. After so many years, Only a small group of people have made a name for themselves. Even if the majority of the scholars obtained scholarly honors, they would still be suppressed by the aristocratic families. If Beiliang's bounty is really worth it, there will be a lot of scholars who have failed to achieve their goals. Perhaps many of Beimang's spring and autumn annals will go south. Huang Chong great ancestor Gu muttered to himself, since ancient times, the capital region has been a place of war. Western Shu is the easiest place to grow a separatist power. With the Han family's loyalty, Jizhou can control the fate of the world. In the southeast, the land is neither biased nor weak. It is the lack of progress that leads to the lack of self-protection. Great ancestor Gu dares to say that in the next 1,000 years, the situation will be like sitting in the north and swallowing the south. Beiliang's territory is narrow and long. It seems to be a struggle for survival, but it may be a blessing in the misfortune. Raising an army in a cold land is not the same as raising an army in the south. To be honest, I am a boorish man who only knows how to lead an army. If I don't go to Beiliang, where can I go? Can Liang give me 100,000 elite soldiers? Won't I have to worry about whether I will rebel every day? Hey, I really want to rebel. I want to have a good fight with Gu Zhentang. Gu Zhentang destroyed southern Tang. What great ability! Not to mention the irony in great ancestor Gu's words. Just the word rebel made Huang Chong break out in a cold sweat. North Gu Zhentang, South Gu great ancestor Gu. Li Yishan once commented in the Tide Listening Pavilion that southern Tang was destroyed. It was not Gu's fault. Huang Chong glanced at Su Fengnian. The young man's expression was calm. He seemed to be indifferent to great ancestor Gu's disrespectful and rebellious words. A group of people walked into the bamboo house. Zhao Hongdan and Hu Jingxia were among them. The leader was an old man with a head full of white hair. He was tall and sturdy. He was old but vigorous. Everything had its vanquisher. Hu Chuanya was fearless in front of anyone, but in front of this grandfather, she was unusually docile and well-behaved. The old man's surname was Hu Gonglai. He was a remnant of southern Tang. He was once a valiant general in a strategic town on the border of southern Tang. After southern Tang was destroyed, he still led a cavalry in Kaisher Mountain. It seemed that he could not sleep well if he did not hear the sound of war drums and the thunderous hooves. Hu Gonglai was known for his irritable temperament. When he entered the bamboo house, he was even more vigorous. Great ancestor Gu sat with his back to the door. Hu Gonglai was about to speak when he saw great ancestor Gu's back. He was stunned. Although Zhao Hongdan was the owner of Kaisher Mountain in name, he always had a feeling of living under someone else's roof. He had never seen his father-in-law so nervous. For a moment, he was confused. Great ancestor Gu turned around and did not speak. Hu Gonglai waved his hand and ordered his daughter and son-in-law, "All of you leave." He was the only one left standing in the room. Hu Gonglai, who had a lot of weight in Kaisher Mountain, did not sit down. Instead, he suddenly knelt down with his fists on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Southern Tang's defense general Hu Gonglai pays his respects to great General Gu." Great ancestor Gu turned around indifferently. He did not look at Hu Gonglai who was kneeling on the ground. He laughed at himself and said, "How did you recognize me as great ancestor Gu?" Hu Gonglai was silent. Great ancestor Gu sighed and said, "Get up. That year, you, Hu Gonglai, followed the previous emperor out of the city. Did you not kneel enough? Southern Tang is gone just like that." Hu Gonglai choked with sobs and pressed his forehead to the ground. Great ancestor Gu said calmly, "At that time, many people knelt for a high official. You, Hu Gonglai, are the least worthy of your conscience. Well, get up and speak." After Hu Gonglai stood up, he turned his head and wiped his face. When he opened his mouth, he said something that gave Huang Chong a headache. "Great General, I heard that West Chu wants to restore the country. Is our southern Tang also going to rise in revolt?" "Great General, don't worry. If any little bastard surnamed Hu on Kaisher Mountain dares to frown and is afraid of being beheaded, Hu Gonglai will be the first to twist his head." Chapter 807. The next chapter will be released in the wee hours of the morning. As usual, it will not be updated on the 25th. There will be 2 chapters on the 25th. P.S. Deng Mao is a typo, but it is actually Wang Mao. Hu Gonglai was an old man who had experienced ups and downs. He would not be scared even if he was stabbed by a knife or an axe. However, When he knew the identities of the other 3 people sitting around the stove, he was stunned. The imperial censor Huang Shang was still okay, but the spring and autumn white bear Yuan Zhuozong was enough to shock Hu Gonglai, not to mention the hereditary crown prince of Beiliang. Hu Gonglai followed great ancestor Gu to another bamboo building for a secret talk. When he learned that great ancestor Gu was about to go to Beiliang, he did not hesitate to say that his family would migrate. In his words, even if they lived in Quarry Mountain, they would still struggle at death's door. Who knew when they would be beheaded by the Liang imperial court? It was better to go to Beiliang to earn a chance for the Hu family's descendants to fight for military merits. Great ancestor Gu neither objected nor made a promise. He just patted Hu Gonglia's shoulder before leaving. Su Fengnian did not know the content of the conversation between the 2 southern Tang elders. After he sent Huang Shang back to the bamboo building, he received a secret letter from a military falcon. It was a spiritual creature trained by Chu Lushan, the #1 spy of Beiliang. The secret letter briefly explained 2 things. One was that some hidden families like Wang Lin who had taken root in Liang had begun to rise up and move closer to Beiliang. The other was somewhat inexplicable. It said that a crazy monk who was both Buddha and demon came out of Lantua Mountain. After he came out of the mountain, he returned to his youth. He did not even stop Li Dongxin and asked His Royal Highness to be careful when going north. After Su Fengnian finished writing about great ancestor Gu and Huang Shang, he put the military falcon back and sat in front of the stove with Yuan Zhuozong who had not left yet. He threw the secret letter with unique handwriting into the charcoal fire. A wisp of smoke curled up. Su Fengnian bent down to pick up the fire tongs and sprinkle some light ash on the charcoal. He said softly, "Jianghu is not peaceful. Lantua Mountain is probably not convinced by the 2 Zen temples and has a monk in white who can carry the Yellow River." When the monk came out of the mountain, he was a decaying old man who had lived for 2 or 3 decades. When he came to the central plains from the western region, he became a young man and killed indiscriminately along the way. It is far from being called a fierce warrior who subdues demons and demons. When I first met Monk Long Shou of Lantua Mountain in Beiliang, he only said that the female Dharma King who had the 6 signs wanted to practice dual cultivation with me. I hurried back to the pavilion to read the secret records. I was disappointed when I learned that she was an old woman in her 40s. I also learned that there were 3 more senior monks in Lantua Mountain before the 6th jewel Bodhisattva. One of them had been imprisoned for nearly 40 years and was even more shocking than the withered sword in the sword tomb of the Wu family. At that time, I had not practiced the blade and did not understand the freedom of immortals. I was curious how he could survive without eating or drinking. I reckon that this monk has most likely gone mad. Speaking of which, to be able to kill half of the Jianghu by himself, I think only the devil cult's cult leader, Lu Songtao, from 100 years ago would have this kind of spirit. Every generation of Jianghu has its own playboy. In Lu Songtao's generation, there were sword immortals and sages of the 3 religious sects in the same Jianghu. They complemented each other but also restrained each other. Moreover, it has always been recognized that there is heaven's way above Kung Fu. Since those who had gone through untold hardships to stand at the peak of Kung Fu, most of them were righteous figures like the old man in the sheepskin fur coat and Dong Tai. Even Wang Xianxia, who was praised to be able to fight with ancestor Lu, was not an evil person. Lu Songtao and the crazy monk dared to risk universal condemnation and were not afraid of being punished by heaven. It's a pity that the bull rider is not here. Otherwise, the monk would not have had the chance to go crazy. He would have been killed by the Wudong martial granduncle, who had enlightened his acupores. Yuan Zhuozong stretched out his hands to the stove and felt the warmth of the winter. He smiled and said, if the monk could really stand on the same side as Lu Songtao, even Qi Xuanzhen, who carried out justice on behalf of heaven, would not be able to defeat him. Su Fengnian laughed and said, there are 2 biggest sayings in the world. One is that the emperor and the emperor carry out the will of heaven. The other is that the immortals of the 3 religious sects carry out justice on behalf of heaven. Anyway, I don't have anything to do with it. I can only watch the fun. By the way, second brother Yuan, do you know what's going on with Lu Songtao? Although Zhulu Mountain has been labeled as an evil cult by Jianghu, in my opinion, it is much better than the hypocrites of the so-called righteous people except for its treacherous whereabouts and resolute actions. Moreover, all the previous hierarch took it as their own responsibility to fight for the world. They are not devils who only know how to kill people. There are very few rumors about Lu Songtao in Jianghu. Yuan Zhuozong squinted his eyes and said coldly, when I was young, I heard from an unworldly superior that Lu Songtao had traveled to Jianghu several times and made countless enemies. When the hierarch of the evil cult was in seclusion in Zhulu Mountain, an ordinary-looking woman was said to be his woman. She wandered in Jianghu and her end was tragic. In short, not only the righteous Jianghu people, but also many emperors and ministers had a share of the pie. The woman was finally hanged in front of everyone. She was still naked before her death. Somehow, Lu Songtao knew about it and forced himself to break out of seclusion to carry the coffin for the woman. After that, it was a catastrophe that no one could save. At that time, the immortals all avoided him. Not all of them showed weakness to Lu Songtao, who was really invincible in the world, but more of them did not want to fight. When we look back, we can see that the mastermind behind the conspiracy was so ambitious and scheming that it was only inferior to Huang Sanjia's subversion of spring and autumn. Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Chapter 808. Yuan Zuozong bent down to pick up a piece of burning charcoal from the stove and gently crushed it. He said indifferently, "The hermit who told me about this said that Lu Songtao joked before he died that he would never live forever. So, he did some evil things in a hurry. He thought that he was doomed in his previous life, so why not be a good person? Although I guessed that it was most likely an excuse given by the later generations, it really didn't feel good when I heard it. Originally, these words should have been passed down by sages to warn the world. However, it was said by a devil who killed people like scything flax. It served them right that the land immortals of that generation of Jianghu couldn't attain Tao. If I lived in the same life as Lu Songtao, I would kill a few more for him." Su Fengnian sneered. "No wonder my master said that the king of hell laughed at the people in the world of the living." Yuan Zuozong poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. This peerless general, who was even more pure than the villain Chen Jibao in northern Liang, looked at the empty cup and murmured to himself, "Adoptive father has a clear conscience since he was able to reach this stage today. Yuan Zuozong is only a martial artist. He doesn't even think about managing the country and bringing peace to the world. In these years, he has seen many filthy people and matters in northern Liang, but he still watches with folded arms. He only hopes that after foster father leaves, there will be one person who can stand up. As long as he stands on the Liangmong border, the northern Mang cavalry won't dare to take a step south." Su Fengnian shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't do it." Yuan Zuozong smiled. "It's enough for me to live up to the name of Beiliang." Su Fengnian suddenly said, "I don't know why. After I came back from Beimang, I often had the same dream. Standing on a high place, I saw millions of dead people in armor rushing towards me. Behind them were millions of underworld warriors. There was a big flag on the tree next to me. It wasn't Su but Qin." Yuan Zuozong said helplessly, "It's okay to fight in a battle. But I can't interpret dreams." Su Fengnian didn't want to make a fuss over nothing. He smiled and said, "Second brother Yuan, let's talk about the future steps of the Beiliang army." Yuan Zuozong laughed heartily. "Then I'll need a few more pots of wine." On Zhulu Mountain, the broken spear Wang Mao, who ranked 9th in the new martial arts ranking, was standing on the top of the mountain. The strong wind at the edge of the cliff slapped his cheeks hard. Beside him sat an ordinary-looking short man. The latter had always been like this. He would never stand if he could sit. As a young nobleman of one of the two royal families of Beimang, he had become a level 1 master at a young age along with a fat lady who was also a relative of the royal family. They had become the top martial artists after Murong Baoding in the royal family of Beimang. The reason why Wang Mao followed the female devil to the central plains of Liang was that he had lost to her. It was not strange that the 9th in the world lost to the 4th in the world who had fought with Dong Tai and Tuoba. However, if he were Wang Mao, he would definitely not admit defeat. The reason why he had shamelessly come to the south was because he had heard that there was a young man younger than him who had made a trip to their northern Mang, and had even slaughtered the 5th raccoon. He felt that no matter what, he should kill a finger-profound realm expert in Liang to vent his anger. That bloated woman who was fatter than him, and even more damnable, who was 2 heads taller than him, always mocked him for only having the ability to be a tyrant at home. He only thought about how to make a name for himself here, so that he could make that woman obediently admit defeat when he returned. The short young man crossed his arms and asked seriously, "Wang Mao, do you think Luo Yang can stop that crazy monk?" Wang Mao exhaled a long breath. 50-50. The young man glanced at Wang Mao. The 6th jewel master of Mount Lantua is only at the Grand Vajra stage, which is not even considered complete. He is still far from Li Dongxin, who is truly at the invincible Vajra stage. How can this monk be so powerful? Luo Yang almost ruined the good thing that Tuoba had been brewing for 20 years in the northern ice field. Obviously, compared to the battle with Dong Tai in Dunhuang City, Luo Yang's strength had gone up another level. For someone like her, not to mention climbing up a level, even lifting her foot would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Since she has already reached such a level, how can the odds of victory still be 50-50? Wang Mao smiled. If we can stop her, the demon sect's leader will fight and the world will know. If we can't stop her, we can wait for Wang Xianji to leave the city before we leave Liang. The young man sighed. Then it's better to stop her. Both of them knew that the #1 demonic cultivator in Beimang, Luo Yang, had become the 10th leader of the demon sect, but they didn't know that the person Luo Yang was going to stop was the former 9th leader. The grandeur of this battle might not necessarily lose to the battle between Wang Xianji and Li Chungang on the Eastern Sea. The muddle-headed young mad monk not only knew his own name, he also knew that he was really crazy. When he killed people, he had no regrets. He only felt that these people deserved to die. When he thought about the cause and effect, he had a splitting headache. It was so painful that he almost wanted to roll on the ground. He knew that he was crazy, so he couldn't help crying and laughing along the way. Every time he passed a place and saw a person, he quickly forgot that place and that person. Every time he wanted to stop and look back, he couldn't do it. It was as if he was supposed to travel to the west, but he went east. The Buddhist country was in the west, but he went in the opposite direction. In the end, he went further and further away. With only a trace of clarity left, he only wanted to know what he had put down in the west and what he had to pick up in the east. A useless song evolved from 4 words to more than 100 words. He didn't memorize it, but he could always blurt it out. Mad Monk might have forgotten, but the Jianghu of the Central Plains was already in a state of panic. Other than the world-famous white-robed monk who tried to stop the young monk, Wu Lu Ding, the current sword crown of the sword tomb of the Wu family, tried to stop the young monk with a sword. Mad Monk crashed into him and scattered his sword momentum. Then he ran faster than the Wu family's sword. After that, the most outstanding young celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Ningxian, also made a move. The monk and the celestial master faced each other face to face, but they didn't collide. The monk kept his head down and ran forward. Zhao Ningxian, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of the first celestial master of the mansion of the celestial master, retreated at the same time. After 80 miles, Zhao Ningxian stepped aside and let the mad monk continue to move forward while laughing. Zhao Ningxian quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The whole Jianghu was afraid of the monk's imposing manner. At the bank of a big river, the mad monk stopped. Just like when he sensed the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, he grinned and then squatted down. He scooped up a handful of water and lowered his head to stare at the muddy water in his palm. He was like an ordinary person who held boiling water and hurriedly sprinkled it on the ground. He stood up and looked around blankly. At that moment, the young monk's face was full of tears. He asked himself, "I'm here. Where are you?" Chapter 809. This north-south river was called the Green Crossing River. The river water was noisy and the surface of the river was 20 zhang wide. According to legend, the ancient Taoist immortals once rode a green reed here to carry people across the river. The young mad monk's straight line to the east allowed the people of Jianghu to figure out the general route. A group of spectators had been waiting here for a long time. At first they were scattered, but later they involuntarily gathered together. They were really afraid of the monk's irresistible force and were afraid of being killed by an innocent person. They felt that if they were in a group, their chances of survival would be higher. Even if they were unlucky enough to step on that straight line, they would all die together and be companions on the road to the netherworld. Therefore, 50 to 60 people gathered together. The fish and the honest people were mixed together. There were Jianghu heroes who had been famous for a long time. There were Jianghu heroes who hid their heads and tails. There were Jianghu heroes who had only just entered the Jianghu. There were nameless pawns who had entered the Jianghu, and there were also young heroines whose beauty made people drool. There were a few pairs of old enemies, but at this moment they did not have the time to draw their swords against each other, but they were all secretly on guard. Several popular heroines either approached the famous heroes with smiling faces to flatter them, or they were politely accosted by many Jianghu men with cold faces. In the present Jianghu, where people who carried bricks and fought street battles dared to call themselves Wulin people, it was like the Yellow River and the mud and sand. It was impossible to expect everyone to be as free and unrestrained as Dong Tai Li Chun Gang. A few years ago, there was a young talent who had a good reputation who threatened to imitate the ancient people and perform a feat similar to crossing the river on a reed. He really succeeded and won countless cheers at that time. It was a pity that within a few days, he was exposed by his Jianghu peers, saying that the reason he was able to step on the water and float across the river was because of an iron chain that hung a few feet below the surface of the river the night before. He had no choice but to retreat from Jianghu dejectedly. And this was where the brilliance of Jianghu lay. You would never be able to guess what kind of magnificent feat a true genius would achieve, and you would never be able to predict what kind of joke the next person would be. The sudden stop of the young monk, who had already made a name for himself, made those onlookers who thought that the useless monk would directly cross the river tremble. They were afraid that he would be like a pedestrian who saw an eyesore and would stretch out his foot to crush the nest of ants. However, what happened next not only relieved the onlookers, but also gave them a great surprise. They saw a stranger in white coming from the opposite bank of the Qingdu River. The stranger's vision was blurred, and it was hard to tell whether the stranger was a man or a woman. The stranger crossed the river, and the young monk just happened to come back to his senses after holding the water and looking at himself in the mirror. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed to the river surface. The two people separated as soon as they touched each other. The mad monk, who had always been invincible, was actually stepped on by the man in white on his bald head. The man in white floated back to the east bank, and every time he stepped on the mud, there was a muffled sound. The mad monk also fell back to the west bank, staggering like a drunkard and shaking his sleeves like an actor. The power of one step made the turbulent river suddenly stagnate. It was not until the two people landed that the river regained its momentum. The young monk, whose kasaya was in tatters, did not hesitate to cross the river for the second time. The man in white also crossed the river to intercept him. This time, the man in white stomped hard on the monk's chest. The whole river under the two people shook. In the eyes of everyone, the man in white, whose face they finally recognized, was handsome and valiant. Of course, he was the immortal who had not appeared in the world. Although he looked young, he must have lived for hundreds of years. The useless monk, who was worthy of being called a devil in a kasaya, was destined to be stronger than the immortal today. This time, the two sides, who were at the apex of the righteous and the evil, retreated to almost the same place as before. Looking from afar, it was impossible for the onlookers to notice the difference. The man in white was expressionless and did not care about the admonition of not doing things more than 3 times. The monk, who had once been Mahavairakana on Mount Lontua, also waved his sleeves and swept across the river. This time the young monk, who was wearing a pair of tattered straw sandals, pushed out his palm and pressed it against the sole of the man in white's shoes. This time, they were in a confrontation. Visible ripples of chi clouds appeared behind the two people. The monk's figure fell, and his straw sandals slid 100 feet on the river's surface and floated straight back to the shore. The man in white's speed of retreating was slightly slower. However, the monk stood on the shore near the water, while the man in white's landing point was more than the previous 2 times. This situation made the onlookers feel anxious. The monk lowered his head and looked at the straw sandals that he had casually woven. The onlookers were in a daze. A battle of life and death between masters was often decided by a hair's breadth. Was this crazy guy who sang the useless song all day in a hurry to be reincarnated? Or did he not regard the man in white as a mortal enemy at all? Was it really as he sang, heaven and earth were not worthy of his attention? Fortunately, the man in white did not disappoint the onlookers. After retreating 3 times, he did not show any signs of fatigue. This time, he did not cross the river in 1 step, but jumped to the center of the river. With the tip of his foot, he picked up a water column as thick as a bucket. The water sword pierced forward fiercely, and the man in white followed behind it. The nameless monk with tattered straw sandals and a torn kasaya gently raised his head and raised an arm to cover his hand. He used the sleeve to cover his hand to form a secret mudra. The water sword fiercely hit the monk about 3 feet away. It was like an egg hitting a rock, shattering with a loud bang and blooming water splashes all over the sky. The man in white did not retreat, and even used the demon-subduing mudra to break the monk's sleeve mudra. The 2 mudras were in a deadlock. The man in white raised his leg and kicked. The monk smiled and let the leg sweep across his neck. His body flipped in the air, and when he landed, he was already in a sitting position with his fingers bent like a firefly. It was too wonderful for words. The man in white seemed to be really angry. For the first time, He spoke coldly and slapped the monk's bald head with his palm. 5 characters absorbing track. The monk took the palm head on again, still in a sitting position. His body spun and he sat on the surface of the river. The river water rolled down south, but he floated on the water without moving. The man in white retreated to the place where the young monk was sitting. He raised his right hand and a water sword was pulled out from the river water. She, who had once fought with Dong Tai in Dunhuang, slashed down on the head of the Akalanatha Wisdom King. The water sword broke. It was unknown whether it was the holy monk of Mount Lantua or the crazy monk of Lu Songtao from the devil cult who sank half of his body into the water. He lay facing the south with his right hand supporting his chin. He became more peaceful and carefree. However, thousands of water droplets were splashing on the surface of the Qingdu River. Perhaps because the spectators were too noisy, Luo Yang, who had killed her way to Beimeng Empress and Tuoba in Beimeng, waved her hand and splashed the water like arrows. 50 to 60 people would die on the spot without exception. A young Taoist wearing a Wudong Taoist robe ran for a long time and finally caught up with the murderous rain. He stood between the spectators and the splashing water. He drew a circle with his hands and gathered all the water droplets in the big circle between his hands. It turned into a water ball that was almost as tall as a person, and then pushed it into the river water. Luo Yang frowned. The young Taoist did not speak to the man in white. Instead, he said to the crazy monk who was slowly getting up, "If the breeze is useful, turn the book for me. If the Kunlun is useful, I will go down the mountain. If the grass is useful, I will know whether it flourishes or withers. If the meditation is useful, I will seek peace of mind. If the river is useful, I will quench my thirst with a ladle. If the sun and moon are useful, I will follow my heart. If I am here, I will go somewhere." It seemed like he was talking nonsense, but in the end, this Wudong Taoist had given his own opinion on the crazy monk's useless song. Unexpectedly, after the monk stood up, his eyes were no longer turbid, they were as clear as spring water. His hands were behind his back. In the blink of an eye, his appearance had changed more than a dozen years. The young monk had turned into a middle-aged monk. His previous ignorance and bewilderment had been swept away, replaced by a vigorous air that looked disdainfully at the world. At this moment, Lu Songtao was the 9th cult leader of the devil cult at his peak. Standing on the river surface, he cast a glance toward the young Taoist priest. Then he turned his gaze toward the white-robed Luo Yang. With a chuckle he said, "The current Jianghu is really an eye-opener. I remember at that time in the World Sword Forest, there was a sword immortal Wei Chao. He recklessly rode his sword to pursue the deer mountain and stabbed my abdomen. I returned the favor by stabbing his sword into his mouth. His body was hung on the top of the mountain. The number of enemies I implicated was really too many. But when I roamed the Jianghu for the last time, I rarely met an opponent who could be considered as my equal. That kind of Jianghu was lifeless. But now it is different." Luo Yang only responded with a cold laugh. Lu Songtao lowered his head to look at the Kasaya and fell into deep thought. Shaking his head, Lu Songtao raised his head and said with a laugh, "It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. Since I clearly remember who I am, I can't come here in vain. I don't care who you are. Since you want to stop me, I don't know when I will lose my consciousness. How about we make a bet? Let's bet if I can make it 300 li to the east. If you lose, I will go to Zhulu Mountain. If I lose, you will be the cult leader of the devil cult after Lu Songtao." Luo Yang calmly said, "If you hide, don't talk about 300 li, you won't even be able to make it 30 li behind her." A big red fish with a carp's body and dragon's whiskers appeared. Lu Songtao laughed loudly and raised his hand to borrow a sword from the waist of a spectator. He held the sword horizontally across his chest and flicked his finger. The sound didn't come from in front of him but from the 9th heaven. The world only knows that Lu Songtao is a devil who willfully slaughters the innocent. He has always liked to kill people with his bare hands. Only one person knows the difference between Lu Songtao with a sword and without one. It's funny that in that generation of Jianghu, including Wei Chao and Wei Chao, there were at least 5 land immortals. After I came out of seclusion, none of them were worthy of Lu Songtao drawing his sword. Lu Songtao looked at Zhulu Mountain 300 li away, his gaze gentle and intoxicated. "You said you wanted to see the elegance of a sword immortal with your own eyes, so here I am. That time, I was late by 6 days. This time, I might be late by a whole 100 years." Chapter 8:10. Occasionally, a huge koi fish would jump out of the water and fall back into the river. The 50 or 60 Jianghu people who survived the disaster did not make a sound for a long time, even if they saw the man in white and the monk in gray leave. They were afraid of the unexpected disaster until the young Taoist turned around and bowed. When they heard that the Taoist called himself Li Yufu of Wudong, it was like thunder in their ears. After Wang Zhongluo and Hong Shixiang, the new chief of Wudong, Wang Zhongluo was recognized as a late bloomer. He gradually entered a good state in the cultivation of Tiandao until he reached the big yellow court. As for the immortal Hong Shixiang, he rode a crane to Jiangnan, went to Dragon Tiger Mountain with a sword, and drove out of Tai and city. These were all mysterious deeds that even the immortals would envy. As the youngest chief in the history of Wudong Mountain, Li Yufu's future achievements might not be as high as Tianmen. Li Yufu looked elegant and had a high social status. He was easy to get along with people, which was the opposite of the arrogant Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain. While he was talking with someone, Li Yufu looked happy and apologized. He turned around and greeted a middle-aged Taoist who had landed on the bank of Green Crossing River. "Why are you here, Junior Uncle Wang?" Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping looked to the east and said seriously, "The killing intent of this crazy monk is too strong. It's like Lu Songtao of the devil cult mentioned by senior brother Song. I want to confirm it. If it's really him, Wang Xianxia is unwilling to leave the city. Deng Ti has already gone out to the sea to visit the immortals. Chao Zhongqing is busy with the restoration of West Chu, Gu Jiantang, Chen Jibao, and the others are loyal officials of the imperial court, so they won't make a move. Li Dongxin has already made a move once, so he probably won't stop him again. Shangyin Academy is 260 miles ahead, so I have to come." Li Yufu said guiltily. Yufu overestimated himself and made martial uncle little Wang worry. Wang Xiaoping, who was also unapproachable on the mountain, smiled for the first time. He walked slowly along the bank of the river and said to the young chief beside him, "It's okay. This is the responsibility of Wudong Mountain." Back then, little junior brother said that ordinary martial artists strive to be alone in the world when they cultivate. However, for us Taoists, cultivation is like carrying a burden and climbing a mountain. That's why little junior brother can carry the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao with one shoulder. Sect leader, your foundation is not bad. You are similar to Xiao Shidi's. Your temperament is even more similar to his. It's just that you need to think more about the true meaning of these words. Right now, Mount Wudong is flourishing with incense, almost catching up to the scene of several hundred years ago. Headmaster, the more you can't just raise your head and look at the people in the sky. After all, youngest Shidi's cultivation is indeed profound and unfathomable. But where the cultivation came from is even more important. Li Yufu said warmly, "Junior Wang, I will remember your words." The breeze on the river made Wang Xiaoping's simple and unadorned Taoist robes flutter in the wind, making her look even more like a swordsman. The sword maniac stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, "If junior apprentice brother listens to my nagging, he will definitely have to flatter him a little. Only then will he have the face to steal winter bamboo shoots from my purple bamboo forest. Otherwise, he will chop bamboo to make a fishing rod. Chief, you should learn more from your junior apprentice uncle's laziness and rashness. Although the heavy burden of Mount Wudong is on your shoulders, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't go against your heart. As martial uncles, we don't have great abilities. We have the will but not the strength. We can only ask junior apprentice brother to bear more with you. In fact, although we don't say it out loud, we have been feeling sorry for all these years." Li Yufu's expression changed slightly. Taoist cultivation originally pursued the concept of knowing the autumn of the world when a leaf fell and the spring of the world when a bud sprouted. Wang Xiaoping went straight to the point and said, "Although I'm not strong enough, I should still use some of my strength to shoulder some of the burden. This is also going with the flow. If that white-robed man can't stop Mad Monk, he will most likely run into that man. Since I promised junior brother, I should also go and stop him. I've been obsessed with the sword all my life, but I've never felt that I could use my sword to my heart's content. Last time outside the divine martial arts city, I had a lot of enlightenment. Previously, when I saw Su Fengnian cultivating his will at the bottom of the lake, I learned a lot from him. This mad monk can help me sharpen my swordsmanship. If I'm not as good as him and die with my sword broken, you don't have to worry about me, master." Li Yufu said in a trembling voice, "Junior apprentice Uncle Wang, can you let me do a divination?" Wang Xiaoping laughed haughtily and flew away. Today, Wang Xiaoping will have a narrow escape. Li Yufu sat by the river dejectedly. Even if Li Yufu could see his own life and death indifferently, he could not see others' life and death indifferently. This was a big cage. Drawing a circle on Mount Lantua and the withered sword in the Wu family's sword tomb had the same effect. They were both self-satisfied, but Mount Wudong was never like that. The great hammer of Buddhism was used to break through obsession. However, when obsession broke through obsession, it fell into the inferior category. Taoist cultivators pursued Tao and asked. Li Yufu used to ask himself what would happen after attaining immortality and passing through the gate of heaven. It was said that the world was full of hardships, but the immortals were happy. Li Yufu looked sad and looked at the yellow water of the river. There were many heroes in history, including immortals, Buddhas, and sages. A real man could stand on his own ground, his family, his country, and the world. The wind blew and the river water hit the shore, soaking the young chief of Wudong's Taoist robe and shoes. The crowd of Jianghu spectators in the distance, including the swordsman whose sword was borrowed by the crazy monk Lu Songtao, did not come back to his senses for a long time. He suddenly cried tears of joy and shouted loudly, wishing that the world would know that the strange monk borrowed his sword. Lu Songtao borrowed his sword without any warning, and his status in Jianghu suddenly rose. Several Jianghu seniors and big shots took the initiative to get close to him, and said some polite greetings and warm words. Li Yufu turned a deaf ear to them. A bright red river carp jumped out of the river and jumped into the young Taoist's arms. It really matched the couplet of a small Taoist temple on Mount Wudong. The heavenly design ginseng in the carp's arms was lively, and the man was free from worldly worries and comprehends coolness. Li Yufu held the carp and lowered his head to look at the lively carp in his arms. He was in a daze and suddenly smiled. I'm Li Yufu. You and I are fated. I hope you won't be greedy and take the bait. If all things can really cultivate, I'll be able to cultivate. You and I should work together to cultivate Tao. Li Yufu held the carp with both hands and gently threw it into the river. I hope we can meet again after hundreds of years. The computer beside Qingdu River was mysterious. The man and the carp made a promise of hundreds of years. The collision 30 miles away was full of the smell of blood. Chapter 8:11. Luo Yang, who took out a spiritual object from the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin, did not stop him once during the 30 miles journey. Instead, she directly landed 30 miles away from the Qingdu River. She wanted to kill him in one shot, which showed her arrogance as the #1 demon of Bei Mang. Mad monks swayed and ran all the way. Occasionally, there were a few passers-by who heard the useless song. When they looked up, they were already a few miles away. Luo Yang stood proudly with the long-bearded ichthyosaur circling around her leisurely. When the dragon wall flipped, she was stabbed in the heart by the bastard who thought he had succeeded and fell into the river channel. Little did he know that Luo Yang returned to the mausoleum that had not seen the light of day for 800 years. Previously, Su Fengnian only saw the first floor of the mausoleum and already felt that it was magnificent. Who knew that Luo Yang skillfully opened the mechanism and went down. There were countless talismans on the ground, which were the best work of the ancient necromancers. Even the current Qi cultivator gurus would sigh in admiration when they saw it. The two ichthyosaurs circled around a coffin for nearly 1,000 years. After Luo Yang left the mausoleum of the Emperor Qin under the Yellow River, she secretly went to the Arctic tundra. She just happened to catch the big fish of the North Sea transforming from the Kuan to the Peng. Tuoba waited for dozens of years, but she still ruined half of the good thing. Tuoba once told the Empress in secret that when he took the weapon, it would be the day when hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Tuoba's personal army marched south. As a result, not to mention Tuoba Bodhisattva was enraged. Even the Empress, the Son of Heaven, who originally had high regard for Luo Yang, was enraged. For the spider web in Li Mixi's hand, not to mention 100 catchers and 30 butterflies were dispatched. Other than a section of willow, all the other 6 lifting poles and double cocoons were dispatched in full force. Li Mixi personally arranged all the details of the hunt and kill. Beheading Luo Yang was a must. Unfortunately, back then, Luo Yang had slaughtered his way to northern Mang's capital. That time, he had even slaughtered his way all the way to the border. He had even taken a detour midway to meet Li Mixi, who was protected by layers upon layers of armored cavalry, from afar. Luo Yang's actions, compared to Lu Songtao's roaming of the Jianghu 100 years ago, could be said to be in no way inferior. It was just that the Jianghu far away in Liang did not have the chance to hear about this secret history. Lu Songtao did not carry his sword. The long sword made of ordinary material floated in the air and walked side by side with him. One day, he would become an immortal swordsman of the land. It was said that there was nothing in the world that could not be used as a sword. However, when he really had a sword in his hand, regardless of whether it was a bamboo sword, a wooden sword or an iron sword, they all had a completely different aura. Especially in a fight between people of the same realm, the difference between having a sword in hand and not having a sword in hand was even more incomparable. The sword was a spiritual object. Otherwise, the essence of the Wu family's sword would not be the Rui sword embryo. Even when a skilled swordsmith forged a sword, the Rui sword embryo was only the first layer. The Rui sword embryo was the most important part. It was unknown which senior had joked about the fight between experts. It was like two shrews dressed in silk clothes fighting. Both of them wanted to tear the other's clothes apart, but silk clothes were dense and sturdy. The reason why swordsmen could become a glamorous profession in Jianghu for thousands of years was because they had a pair of scissors in their hands. They could tear the clothes apart with half the effort. If they were barehanded, they would first have to break the dense satin with their fists and loosen the threads. One of the 4 grandmasters of the previous generation, Fu Jianghongjia, was not in the 3 sections. However, he possessed the physique of the great Vajra realm and the comprehension of the celestial state. Furthermore, he wore a talisman armor. It was tantamount to wearing the thickest clothes in the world. The ferocity of Han Diaoxi lay in his ability to peel silk from a cocoon. Not only could he tear a Vajra realm physique with his bare hands, he could also cut off the resonance between a celestial state expert and the world. 4 martial artists outside the 3 sects. There was no doubt that the 4 realms of first pin were ascending in order. The Xian finger was lower than the celestial state, and the difference was far greater than the Vajra finger and the Xian finger. There were many cases of people in the latter 2 realms killing each other. Han Diaoxi was able to use the Xian finger to kill a celestial state expert, which made him comparable to Dong Tai's Xian finger. Unfortunately, after the death of Catman outside the Shenwu city, there was no one to inherit his cultivation method. It became a masterpiece. Regardless of Catman's character, it was regarded as the greatest flaw of the Xian finger in the world. When top experts, especially first pin experts, exchanged blows, there was a sense of cherishing life. Exchanging pointers was far more than fighting to the death. Luo Yang in white was obviously an exception who did not cherish the hard-won realm. Without exception, she fought against Tuoba under the eyes of the Empress of Beimang, fought against Dong Tai outside Dunhuang, fought against the former 4th in the world Hong Jingyan at the chess and sword music school, and fought against Tuoba on the back of the giant fish in the northernmost ice field. Without exception, all of them involved their opponents and forced them to fight to the death. This time was no exception. The 2 of them collided. Luo Yang allowed Lu Songtao's sword to pass through her palm. She slapped Lu Songtao's forehead with her palm. The 2 of them each retreated several zhang. Luo Yang's arm, which she used to block the sword, drooped and dripped blood incessantly. Lu Songtao was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was not feeling well either. The long sword shattered. The spiritual aura of the dragonfish beside Luo Yang also collapsed. Luo Yang shot a glance at the middle-aged monk who was no longer crazy. She retreated and swept away. She said indifferently, "I'll take another blow from you 100 li away." Lu Songtao smiled and sucked in a breath. The blood flowed back into his orifices like a sword returning to its sheath. He took large strides forward, stepping over the scattered broken swords on the ground. He condensed a complete sword. This time, he held the sword in his hand. There was a city 100 li away. Luo Yang in white stood below the western city wall. The person came and the sword came. A sword aura as thick as a mountain peak. When Luo Yang stood still, she was already outside the eastern city wall. The city was forcibly torn into 2 halves by the sword aura and Luo Yang. The city wall was split. On this line, dust flew everywhere. A shopkeeper selling rouge and face powder stared with wide eyes at the messy shop that was split into 2 halves. Another shopkeeper was pretending to be cultured with a good friend in the backyard of a private house. They were boiling wine and enjoying the lake scenery. They saw the lake water churning, the courtyard wall breaking, and the pavilion collapsing with a loud bang. Everyone's mink hats were blown to the ground by the strong wind. They looked at each other in dismay. A young master who was strolling on the street with a servant fell into the ravine that appeared out of nowhere with his horse. The man and the horse howled. The servants thought they saw ghosts in broad daylight. They shrank back, not daring to go into the ravine to save people. Lu Songtao outside the western city wall laughed loudly. He ran forward along the crack in the wall. Destroying a city with one blow is not enough. Let's destroy a country with one blow. Luo Yang stroked the dragonfish's body that appeared out of thin air and smiled slightly. They entered the city again. Get out! She kicked Lu Songtao, who entered the city with her, back to the western city wall. Luo Yang stood still in the center of the city, her white clothes fluttering. Lu Songtao's body was bent like a bow outside the western city wall. He straightened his back and slowly stood still. His eyes were a little cloudy, like a jar of white wine that had been stored in the cellar for many years. When someone shook it hard, the dregs at the bottom of the jar floated up. Lu Songtao shook his head and rushed into the city again. He came to a north-south street that was cut by something in the middle of the city. Near the bottomless ravine, a plain-looking woman sat on the roadside with lingering fear. She looked around and found a small hairpin that fell to the ground from her hair. She was about to bend down to pick it up. She came from a small family, and the hairpin was her favorite item that she had saved up for several months to buy. If she lost it, she would be distressed for a long time. She suddenly saw a hand pick up the hairpin for her. She looked up and saw a man in a monk's robe. His cassock was tattered and he was so poor that he could not afford shoes. She was timid and shy. She blushed and did not know what to do. The monk smiled and handed the hairpin back to her. He whispered, "That year, she put her hairpin in my hairbun and made fun of me for having a small hairpin in my hairbun." The strange monk in the woman's eyes stood up and said blankly, "It's a pity that you are not her and I am not me." Lu Songtao, who was in a trance, exhaled a long breath and lowered his head. There was no sword in his hand. That year, he saw her too late and put her naked body in his arms. He took off his clothes and wrapped her up, then carried her back to Zhulu. Lu Songtao tore off one of his sleeves and shook his wrist. A sword appeared in his hand. He smiled at the woman and said, "Take a look at this sword for her." The woman, who had never experienced such a thrilling scene, was frightened. She nodded blankly and was about to cry. Lu Songtao's face was full of tears. He said with a hoarse voice, "That year, the three of us were free and unfettered in Jianghu. Zhao Huangchao betrayed you but not the country. You betrayed Lu Songtao. Lu Songtao betrayed Zhulu Mountain but not you." Chapter 8:12. Lu Songtao raised his arm and lifted his sword. His two fingers on his other hand gently brushed the sword with a determined gaze. In the city, Luo Yang broke off a strand of dragon whisker from a dragonfish. She twirled her fingers and the dragon whisker wrapped around her arm. It was obvious that even she did not have much confidence in blocking the sword with her bare hands. At this moment, a person appeared at the end of the street where Lu Songtao was standing. He dashed into the city and slowed down when he saw the gray-robed monk. He walked forward slowly and stopped 10 feet away from him. He sneered, "Is it really the devil cult leader Lu Songtao? Why are you getting worse and worse? What kind of hero are you to compete with a woman?" Lu Songtao, who originally did not want to pay attention to the uninvited guest, turned his head. The young master had an indescribable charm. His hands were in his sleeves and he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. Behind him, there was a majestic man escorting him. Lu Songtao smiled. What was going on with the Jianghu today? Why were the talents of the Jianghu sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain? Although this white-haired young man had used an otherworldly item to cross the threshold of celestial phenomenon and could not be considered genuine, if his foundation was not good enough, how could a small pond contain a flood? The man behind the white-haired young man was not to be underestimated. Together with the Wudong Taoist who spoke at the riverbank, Lu Songtao could not help but sigh. If the Jianghu around 100 years ago chose 10 people to fight to the death, the difference in the outcome would not be too great. However, if 50 people were chosen, the Jianghu he was in back then would not have any chance of winning. Lu Songtao held his sword in his hand and was ready to attack. His sword will was torrential and the sea of qi around him was rolling over and over. He forcefully suppressed it and smiled at the young man. "It is not easy to have such skills at such a young age. Lu Songtao will not lower himself to your level today. A true gentleman does not speak when watching a chess game. It is fine if you want to watch the battle, but if you interfere, don't blame me for pointing my sword at you. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. The otherworldly item hiding in the dark is already on the verge of collapse. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Lu Songtao's boundless sword intent instantly vanished into thin air. Lu Songtao didn't make any movements, but the sword in his hand had already flowed east like a great river. The earth trembled and the city shook for a long time, causing the commoners in the city to mistakenly think that the underground hidden dragon was causing trouble, causing a violent earthquake. They all fled from their houses to flat ground. 20 zhang away, Luo Yang's heart was pierced by a sword. Lu Songtao had only struck once, but he had aged 10 years in the blink of an eye. 100 years ago, Lu Songtao had never used his sword. Perhaps he was the loneliest old sword immortal in the world of martial arts. 100 years later, his sword strike was so powerful that it could destroy a mountain. Lu Songtao was neither sad nor happy. He only looked at the white-clothed woman who would stand at the top of the Jianghu 100 years later. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "Don't tell me you're someone with a different heart." Luo Yang stood up from the ruins and sneered, "It's my turn." Lu Songtao glanced at the white-haired young man, then turned to look at the demoness who had shaken Beimang twice. He shook his head and sighed. Fellow sufferers sympathize with each other. One has to rely on unorthodox ways to steal cultivation, while the other uses external objects to prolong her life. Both of them have no choice but to tamper with fate. You don't have much lifespan left to begin with. Even if you can stop me, Lu Songtao, for 300 li, in the end, you won't die much later than an old man who has lived for more than 60 years. Why bother? The person who came was naturally Su Fengnian, who was worried about nothing. After he leaped onto the city wall, he stopped and looked into the distance. At first, he had no intention of interfering. He didn't even care about going to Shangyin Academy first. After he received the secret letter from the Blue Falcon, he took a detour to come here, afraid that he would miss this great battle. Even if it wasn't a once-in-a-century battle, after all, the battle between the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat and Wang Xianji in the Eastern Sea was a battle between two cult masters of the devil cult. No matter how you looked at it, it could be considered a great battle that was hard to come by in decades. However, he didn't expect that the so-called white-clothed man from Zhulu Mountain in the letter was the Luoyang woman who died in the Dragon Wall River Channel in the northern Mang. When he approached the city wall, the connected otherworldly item let Su Fengnian know that Luo Yang had sensed his presence. Su Fengnian didn't want to run away. He was a little scared when he saw Lu Songtao raise his sword. He jumped down the city wall in a hurry and tried to boost his courage. Anyway, he had a half-baked celestial state cultivation with him. If he joined in the fun and spoke some words of conscience to the old leader, he wouldn't be killed on the spot. You, Lu Songtao, are the former leader of the devil cult, busy competing with the whole world. Why do you have to make things difficult for people like us who don't mingle in Jianghu? Besides, I'm used to the bitter days of being despised by everyone in northern Mang. Once things get tense, I'm not that slow either. Chapter 8:13. Luo Yang, who had been moving forward, did not even look at Su Fengnian. His flirtatious glances were wasted on a blind person. If Luo Yang was a woman who could be judged with common sense, she would not be Luo Yang. Even Lu Songtao, who had experienced many hardships, felt somewhat puzzled. This woman clearly did not need to destroy both jade and common stone. She was too lazy to determine the winner and loser. So, did she want to directly fight to the death? Lu Songtao raised his head and laughed loudly. He actually had a joyful feeling as if he had finally met someone who understood him after 100 years. He tore off his remaining sleeve and a second sword appeared in his hand. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the sword immortal, the devil, and the otherworldly item, but due to the resonance between heaven and man, it caused a strange phenomenon. Some snowflakes seemed to be drifting down sparsely from the sky. Su Fengnian raised his head and looked. It was a gloomy evening when the sky wished for snow. Could he drink a sword without a sword? Lu Songtao seemed to have exchanged 10 years of his life for a sword. However, compared to the first sword, this time even Su Fengnian suspected that the sword would weaken again. The next moment, Su Fengnian did not even have the time to curse. No wonder Lu Songtao's sword was slack. The tip of the sword pointed at Luo Yang at first, but when it was only a few feet away from her hand, it turned around and rushed towards him. Yuan Zuozong moved even earlier than Su Fengnian. He grabbed a wooden stick from the street to make a spear and ran forward in big strides. However, the flying sword was faster than thunder. Several of Su Fengnian's 12 swords were destroyed by Han Diaoxi, but it was not difficult to build a sword formation thunderpool. Before Yuan Zuozong arrived, Lu Songtao's fast invisible sword had already broken the thunderpool that was said to be insurmountable. For a moment, the flying sword was flying randomly. Su Fengnian's state of mind was as calm as water. He raised his hand to shake the Kunlun Mountains. This mountain-destroying sword made Su Fengnian, who had almost perfect defense, slide back continuously. The chaotic sword chi was like countless ice alls, fiercely smashing his face. The flying sword kept hitting the sword that he could not see its real body. Su Fengnian was still retreating. The sword that the sword immortal exchanged with 10 years of his life made Su Fengnian suffer a lot. Fortunately, Yuan Zuozong held the stick with both hands and simply waved it down. A big pit appeared on the ground in front of Yuan Zuozong. There were sawdust and scraps of clothes. His clothes and sword were destroyed. Su Fengnian stood still and stretched out his finger to wipe off the bloodstain caused by the ruthless sword chi. Lu Songtao, who had made up his mind at the last minute to switch people to kill, was not feeling good either. He exchanged a kick with Luo Yang, but Luo Yang's figure did not retreat at all. Lu Songtao had already fallen more than 10 zhang away, landing heavily on the ground. He rolled several times before slapping the ground with his palm. He swayed and floated up. Luo Yang was like a gangrene attached to the bone. Lu Songtao had just stabilized himself when her arm swept across his abdomen. His body was several feet above the ground. Without waiting for him to fly out horizontally, Luo Yang stomped on his abdomen again. The kite with a broken string was directly 7-8 zhang away. This time, Lu Songtao did not fall. His toes hovered in the air a few times like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, gently landing on the edge of the gully. One wrong step, one wrong step, one wrong step, one wrong step, one wrong step after another. Luo Yang's palm pushed out during the long sweep. Lu Songtao's expression turned serious. He leaned back, dodging Luo Yang's flying sword, which had fallen into the palm of his hand at some unknown time. Luo Yang's palm turned into an elbow, often knocking Lu Songtao to the ground. With a kick, Lu Songtao directly crashed into a distant wall. When he stood up from the dust, the corner of his mouth was oozing with a ghastly black clot of blood. He smiled freely. With 2 fingers, he cut open his abdomen. Gripping the tip of the sword, he pulled out the treacherous flying sword that had pierced his body from behind. Lu Songtao looked at the white-haired young man with a profound mind. Indeed, I did not waste my sword strike on you. Lu Songtao did not look angry at all. Instead, he looked delighted. He gently tossed the translucent flying sword back to Su Fengnian. It was not easy to nurture a sword embryo. Wei Chao could not be called a sword immortal. Sui Xiegu, who was as young as you, was not vulgar. Unfortunately, I did not know if he was dead or alive. Otherwise you could have learned the sword from him. Most people in the pugilistic world believe that there is no second place in martial arts. They are afraid of being stepped on by others and losing their integrity in their later years. However, the great swordsmen are not afraid of being overtaken by their juniors. They are only afraid that the swordsman's legacy will deteriorate from generation to generation. Kid, what's your name? Su Fengnian asked carefully, Sui Xiegu. Do you like to eat swords? Lu Songtao smiled and nodded. Back then, this kid said that he wanted to challenge all the strongest swordsmen in the world and eat all the best swords in the world. When I went into seclusion to practice my swordplay, it was this defeated opponent who became braver with every setback that guarded my seclusion. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. Old man Sui has a great enmity with me. However, he clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I am indebted to him for his sword strike. Lu Songtao waved his hand. That's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Yang glanced at Su Fengnian. The latter immediately fell silent. Luo Yang flicked her finger lightly and an item flew towards Lu Songtao. The latter caught the item with a complicated expression. He asked softly, It's you? How is that possible? Luo Yang was expressionless. Lu Songtao, who had originally planned to fight to the death, sighed and flicked the item back. He had a strange expression. So what if I see him? He won't be that person anymore. Luo Yang's expression was still cold. If there's nothing else, then get lost. Lu Songtao clutched his stomach and laughed. Then, he disappeared in a flash. As he left the city and headed east, this demon who had stirred up a reign of terror 100 years ago muttered to himself, So there's someone more foolish than me. Luo Yang put on a fake smile and stared at Su Fengnian. Woman. You really hold a grudge. Why don't you say that I took Lu Songtao's sword strike for you for no reason? Su Fengnian was thinking about how to escape when Luo Yang opened her mouth and said with a smile, The Yellow River Strike. This little girl will engrave it in her heart. Su Fengnian's hair stood on end when he heard the words, little girl. Unexpectedly, the demoness Beimang lowered her head and covered her chest with her hand. She mocked herself. Where did the heart come from? Chapter 8:14. Perhaps because it was close to the Shangyin Academy, the tea houses and taverns in the city all had elegant names. It was said that on the walls of any old inn, there were fragments of poems written by Confucians of different dynasties. The Sharp Snow restaurant was located in a secluded area in the city. When it snowed, few people went out to suffer. Plus, there was an unknown natural disaster or man-made disaster in the city, so the business was naturally bleak. The shopkeeper was depressed, thinking about when he could save enough money to buy the small house he had chosen long ago. This era was peaceful, without the turmoil of the spring and autumn period, so it was not a bad idea to buy more houses. His wife always complained that the dowry he prepared for his daughter was too little and could not support their reputation. Compared with the neighboring Song family, the shopkeeper was too far behind. As the head of the family, although he worked hard all year round to make a living, he could not say much. However, after working hard every day, he could go home and drink a cup of tea made by his daughter, so he did not complain anymore. He hesitated whether he should sell the calligraphy and painting that he had treasured for many years. He bought it from a southern Tang survivor who had wandered to another place at a high price. Now it could be sold at a high price, but he still liked it from the bottom of his heart. The shopkeeper sighed. Now that he was middle-aged, everything seemed to have come to an end. He looked up at the snowy street outside the building and pulled up his sleeves. When he saw the two of them enter the tea house, the shopkeeper hurriedly welcomed them, afraid that he would miss out on this deal that was made out of nothing. He didn't care about his reputation and smiled warmly. In addition to the best tea before the rain, we don't lack good wine. What would you like to drink? When the shopkeeper recognized the faces of the two people, he was somewhat stunned. The handsome young man was still all right. He had a warm smile on his face and looked very warm in the winter. With one look, one could tell that he was from a good family. However, the woman with a frosty face was frightening. The shopkeeper subconsciously shrank his neck. Fortunately, for some reason, the white-haired young man was very understanding. After patting the snow off his shoulder, he said with a gentle smile, "Shopkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to warm up a jar of wine. Make it as strong as you can. If you have a stove, bring it over and put it under the table. We can add some money." The shopkeeper quickly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "It's free, it's free. It's only right." Su Fengnian and Luo Yang were sitting by the window. Lu Songtao had left the city inexplicably. It seemed that Luo Yang was about to deal with him. But when he and Yuan Zuozong were about to fight to the death, she said she was going to drink. Su Fengnian didn't let Yuan Zuozong follow them. Since she said to drink, Su Fengnian would drink generously. Drinking with a gentleman would most likely lead to death. However, drinking with Luo Yang would most likely lead to a better life. The wine was served on the table and the stove was set up. The two of them drank together. Su Fengnian raised his cup and took a small sip. With a slurp, he leaned lazily against the back of the chair and asked softly, "Bodhisattva Tuoba has been waiting for 30 years for you to spoil the good thing? What's going on?" Luo Yang didn't raise her glass to drink. She remained silent. Su Fengnian asked again, "You went to Zhulu Mountain to become the hierarch? Did you send Lu Linggui and the others to let me become a marquis? Chao Chongqing is willing to be a guest of your devil sect and Zhulu Mountain is willing to contribute to West Chu's revival? But to be honest, I don't think West Chu's revival will be possible." When Su Shao destroyed West Chu, he didn't divide the north and the south because he saw the general trend. He didn't proclaim himself as the emperor because people were disheartened. But once he did, those experienced soldiers would die for the dragon throne under his butt. Su Shao had always been a calculator. He didn't do business at a loss. The current emperor of Liang dynasty's Zhao family is not an incapable ruler. He's diligent and self-disciplined to the point that it makes people's hair stand on end. Even if Chao Chongqing becomes a saint, it won't affect the general situation. Perhaps Li Yang wanted West Chu to revive their country with great fanfare. Burning down an entire granary, compared to burning down a bunch of scattered weeds, it was much easier to do. If my guess is not wrong, West Chu's revival will be successful in the beginning, but in the end it will be difficult for them to escape the imperial court's net. This kind of wicked thing, Yuan Benshi was able to come up with it. The emperor of Zhao family was also able to nod his head. Zhang Julu, who is already unrivaled in the struggle between factions, can devise a perfect strategy. Luo Yang was still resting with her eyes closed. She reached out a finger and lightly tapped the table. There was no rhythm to the tapping. A moment later, Su Fengnian suddenly felt suffocated. Blood gushed out of his throat. He quickly broke the connection with the spirit of the red robe and gradually regained his clarity. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. It's very similar to the finger xian of Catman Han Shengxian. You're really good at everything. Luo Yang dipped her finger into the teacup filled with wine. Using Xiaozhuan, she wrote the name Luo Yang on the table. Su Fengnian smiled. I know. After the Qin dynasty unified the world, the capital was changed to Luo Yang. Luo Yang raised the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of undisguised sarcasm. She asked, You really know? Su Fengnian was rendered speechless by this idiotic question. However, this demoness in front of him had fought with the new number 2 ranked Bodhisattva Tuoba, and the number 3 ranked new sword god Deng Tea. She had even dragged down the number 4 ranked Hong Jingyan. Today, she had even fought with Lu Songtao head-on. In the future, she would most likely have to fight with that old bastard in Martial Emperor City. Could it be that she would only stop after she had beaten up all the top 10 martial artists? How domineering of a mad woman was she? Su Fengnian lamented in his heart. Why did he have to meet her in Beimang? Where did the pure and innocent Huang Baozhuang from the city wall go? Su Fengnian voiced the question that had been puzzling him the most recently. Zhulu Mountain appeared at the end of the Qin dynasty. As the old saying goes, when Qin lost its deer, the world chased after it. Could it be that this Zhulu Mountain, which evolved into a demonic sect in later years, is a remnant of the Qin dynasty, just like the Beimang princess tomb? Luo Yang laughed wantonly. Remnant of the Qin dynasty, this comment really hits the nail on the head. Su Fengnian laughed with no sincerity. Luo Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. She said, Lu Songtao was not nailed to the Dragon Lake by the Dragon Tiger Mountain using the heavenly power of several generations of ancestors. Instead, he went to Lantua Mountain to shave his hair and become a monk. He hid there for nearly 100 years. He should have let go of the tragedy of the past. Logically speaking, he should have put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, occupying a place in the Buddhist kingdom of the West. However, for some reason, he was possessed by the devil. Lantua Mountain, which is known for its strict discipline, let him go. Even Li Xiaoxin, the Buddha of the Central Plains, did not try to stop him. This is even more against common sense. Lu Songtao, who is not a monk, or Lantua Mountain's scheme, may achieve the same goal through different means. Su Fengnian asked tentatively, You are telling me this because you still want to drag me to Zhulu Mountain? Luo Yang did not admit or deny it. She was speaking in riddles. Su Fengnian was honest with her. As long as you are not in a hurry to kill me. Luo Yang took a sip of wine. Her eyes were playful. You can even kill Han Diaoxi, one of the 3 great devils of the spring and autumn period. Do you think you can't kill me? If there is a first time, there will be a second time. With your cold temperament, if you don't kill me on the Yellow River, you will not be able to sleep well. Su Fengnian laughed as he poured the wine. I was lucky that the killer cat did not eat the sword of the great ancestor of the sword sect, Sui Xiegu. I was the one who was killed by Han Diaoxi. Killing a celestial being like you? I have nothing better to do. As long as you don't settle old scores with me, to be honest, I don't mind going to Zhulu Mountain to be a nominal marquis. But let me say this first. I will not meddle in the restoration of West Chu. I admire Chao Chongqing from the bottom of my heart. But one thing is another. I don't even have a good grasp of the land in Beiliang. I don't have the ambition and ability to fight for the world. Luo Yang showed an impatient expression. She spun the porcelain cup with 2 fingers and sneered. Lu Songtao was right about one thing. The wine was still warm, but the atmosphere could not be any colder. Su Fengnian saw that she did not want to say more. He quietly drank a few cups of wine, paid the waiter and left the tea house of sharp snow. Luo Yang did not stop him. She dipped her hand in the wine and wrote 2 words on the table. Qin. Si. Luo Yang said calmly, so it's all 3 of them. He doesn't know anything, and she knows everything. It was not like this originally. This devil did something that no one would have guessed. She put her chin on the table and closed her eyes. She looked like a tired ordinary woman who could not wait for the person she liked for a long time. Chapter 8:15. There is one more chapter. P.S. A new WeChat public platform has been opened. Go to Sina Weibo and scan the QR code or search Fenghua 1985. There are several book giveaways. It was a windy and snowy night. Su Fengnian stood at the door. There were no pedestrians on the street paved with bluestones. He held his hands and breathed in the air. It was full of the smell of alcohol. Seeing Su Fengnian come out of Jianghu tea house safe and sound, Yuan Zuozong, who was already the commander of Bailiang cavalry, was relieved. They looked at each other and smiled. Su Fengnian and Yuan Zuozong sat in the carriage. They had to leave the city before the gate was closed. This time, they hurried to watch the battle without any worries. Great ancestor Gu, Huang Shang, and others had secretly rushed to Bailiang under the arrangement of Chu Lushan. It was said that the quarry mountain was almost uprooted from the ground. There were only some unaffiliated artists left. These people were lucky to occupy the place. As for the departure of Su Zhan, Zhou Qinghu and others, Su Fengnian did not care. But the young man, Li Huai'er, was said to insist on going north with Huang Shang to see the scenery of the frontier fortress. He did not travel far because his parents were dead. Since his parents were not in this world, this young man would not have to worry about his family. Therefore, Su Fengnian did not stop him. In the carriage, Yuan Zuozong wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Su Fengnian didn't regard him as an outsider and told him the general situation. Yuan Zuozong was amazed after hearing it. He didn't expect Lu Songtao's identity to be so shocking. Not only was he the former hierarch of the devil cult, but he was also an eminent monk who should have reached the Buddha realm on Mount Lantua. Lu Songtao vividly proved that the devil Buddha could be created and destroyed with a single thought. However, what surprised Yuan Zuozong more was that White Luo Yang, the first devil of Beimang, came to Liangjiang Lake to be the 10th hierarch of Mount Zhulu. The result was a battle of 90. It was really unpredictable. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and looked at the tea house in the distance in the wind and snow. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you get stabbed in the heart every day? If it were anyone else, how could they sit down and drink with others? They would have long hidden away to recuperate from the pain. Only you are worthy of the name Luo Yang." Su Fengnian repeated the 2 words, Luo Yang, and murmured, when the Qin dynasty was at its peak, that man who was hailed as the greatest emperor of all time ignored all criticism and insisted on changing the name of the capital to Luo Yang. Later generations all said that this was against the natural order, and this was the foreshadowing of the destruction of the Qin dynasty for 3 generations. Afterwards, for a woman whose name was not recorded in the annals of history, he lit 1,800 fire beacons, causing him to be viewed as extremely muddle-headed. No one knew what kind of beauty could make Great Qin's emperor do such a thing. One woman accompanied him to conquer the world, and the other woman buried the world. If I were born 800 years ago, I would really like to ask that Emperor Qin face to face which one he loved more. His new lover and his old lover. Yuan Zuozong laughed and did not answer. Yuan Baixiong, who was as famous as Lu Xianxia in the spring and autumn period, had never had any woman whom he loved. It seemed that he had never been troubled by love. Outside the window, a falcon flew towards the curtain. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain with a smile and untied the narrow bamboo joint from the falcon's claws, allowing the falcon to fly away. After reading the secret letter, he frowned and said worriedly, "I don't know what happened to Wang Xiaoping. She fought with Lu Songtao and exchanged swords with him. This Taoism's first talisman sword seemed to be badly injured. Fortunately, Lu Songtao did not kill her. Instead, he took Wang Xiaoping and went to the east together. I don't think this is mutual appreciation. Even if it is temporary, Lu Songtao is crazy. Now that Wudong Mountain finally has Wang Xiaoping after the bull rider, she may be killed by Lu Songtao. But how can I stop them?" Yuan Zuozong shook his head and said, "You can't stop them, and you don't have to. Whether Wang Xiaoping lives or dies, it is up to fate. One is crazy, and the other is a fool. Maybe this is a fated encounter." Senior Li Chungang had Dong Tai to take over his sword. Lu Songtao, who has quietly become a swordsman on land 100 years ago, may also want a newcomer in Jianghu to take over his sword. To be honest, I used to use a saber instead of a sword in military battles. Otherwise, I may be a swordsman now. The reason why the way of the sword can stand tall in Jianghu for thousands of years and stand alone to compete with the sages of the three sects does have its own unique charm. Your Highness, it is a pity that you don't practice swordsmanship. Su Fengnian said with self-mockery, you can't be distracted when practicing swordsmanship. I don't dare to practice it at all. If I give up halfway, I will be scolded and laughed to death. Yuan Zhuozong didn't speak anymore. He didn't want to get involved in such personal affairs. There were so many outstanding generals in Beiliang. He was afraid that he was the one who didn't know how to form cliques and pursue personal interests. Even Xia of Beiliang didn't dare to compete with Yuan Zhuozong on this point, let alone Zhong Hongwu and Yan Wenluan, who had made great contributions for many years. But the more so, when Yuan Zhuozong took over Zhong Hongwu's cavalry alone, no one dared to make trouble. The trap set by Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang for Zhong Hongwu fell through. Zhong Hongwu, who had taken off his armor and returned to his farm, was unusually well behaved. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh that Yuan Zhuozong was too domineering. Chu Lushan was the governor-general of Beiliang, who was only under the governor and administrator of Beiliang. It was said that many people were ready to make trouble in private. This was probably an unintentional willow growing in shade. Chen Shiliang, who was vaguely the chief aide after Li Yishan in Mount Qingliang, had several social engagements with Chu Lushan recently. However, Su Beiji, who was born in a rich family, was the opposite and had a good relationship with many poor people. A domestic carp and a wild carp. Were they secretly competing to see who could jump the dragon gate first? Su Fengnian touched his forehead. Even an upright official couldn't solve a family dispute. It was a headache. When Yuan Zhuozong raised his hand, he caught a glimpse of a few red ropes which were like vivid red snakes lingering around His Highness's arm. Yuan Zhuozong smiled knowingly. The falling snow was like cotton. Outside the curtain, the teenager was humming a useless song which had been spread all over the country. It was just that he was out of tune. Chapter 8:16. Xianxia Academy was a beautiful place, but many people did not know that the academy that had lasted for thousands of years was actually a private school. The rulers who had controlled the Xianxia Academy for generations, whether they were wise or foolish rulers, had never tried to interfere with the Xianxia Academy. Perhaps they had made some small moves, but in the end, they were all unsuccessful. Xianxia Academy had always been outside of the imperial court. It was known as the academy that as long as there was a floor, a book and a person, there would be an endless stream of literature in the Central Plains. Even the Liang dynasty, the only one who had unified the Central Plains after the Great Qin dynasty, treated the Xianxia Academy with respect. Although it was just a formality, it did not hinder the support of the Imperial College and the Yao family school behind the scenes to compete with the Xianxia Academy, hoping to create a tripartite scholarly landscape. However, on the surface, they still gave the Xianxia Academy a lot of special favors. For example, the Prince Zhao Kai, who had unfortunately died suddenly, had once been an apprentice in the academy. The Grand Chancellor of the academy was also half an imperial preceptor. Now, even if the imperial court had opened the imperial examination to select scholars, and the imperial college had diverted many scholars away from the Xianxia Academy still deserved to be the leader of the literary world. In the past 2 years, there was a new female chancellor in the academy who lectured on music. The students all liked to respectfully address her as Mr. Fish and flocked to her like a flock of ducks. There were as many as a few hundred chancellors in the academy, but half of them were working behind closed doors and delving into private studies. Only about 160 of them were worthy of the title Mr. Jishang, opening up a forum to give lectures, each specialized in a particular field. During this period of time, there were many Mr. Jishang lectures that were completely deserted. They were secretly ridiculed by the students of Jishang for being no more than 2 or 3 cats and dogs, playing the lute to a cow. She was good at music, and she taught in simple terms. She was not a 2-legged bookshelf fishing for fame. It was rumored that her father was a pillar of the Xianxia Academy, and her mother was a female sword attendant who was highly praised by the late emperor of West Chu. After the destruction of West Chu, it was reasonable for a woman with a desolate background to seek shelter in the academy. In addition, she was so beautiful and talented. Naturally, people admired her knowledge, adored her appearance, and pitied her family background. In the past 2 years, Many students had been thinking about her day and night and were intoxicated with her. A gentle and graceful snowfall came unexpectedly. The snowflakes were not big, and they were timid and gentle. Compared to the majestic snow in early winter, it was much more pleasant. Today, Teacher Yu said that she wanted to admire the snow, so classes were suspended for the day. This greatly disappointed the students who had come because of her reputation. The academy was built along the mountain, and there were 3 independent lakes that were not connected to each other. The Lotus Lake adjacent to Teacher Su Weisheng's small building had always been a forbidden area. After the building was empty, no one cared about it. Many small boats were tied to the shore of the fearless lake for the scholars to paddle across the lake. On the small boats, there was a stove for cooking wine and admiring the snow. It was a delightful thing, but with so many small boats, it was like the end of a chessboard. There were many chess pieces densely packed, and the beautiful thing was not as wonderful as expected. The other small and exquisite Buddha's Palm Lake was cold and cheerless. This was because the lake was privately owned. Even the rich students had the money to buy a pig's head, but they did not have the ability to enter the temple to burn incense. They could only look at the lake from afar and sigh. Within 100 feet of the shore of the Buddha's Palm Lake, unrelated people were not allowed to enter. At this moment, in the lakeside pavilion sat a beautiful woman holding a white cat. Her appearance was charming and enchanting, but her temperament was cold and distant, which made people want to conquer her even more. The woman was wrapped in a white fox fur coat that was worth thousands of gold pieces. The slightly bloated white cat was lazily nestled in the fox fur coat on her chest, yawning. It was very lovable. Inside and outside the pavilion, there were 7 or 8 young children playing around. They were all children of the Jishang teachers who had settled down and taught in the academy for many years. The owner of the Buddha's Palm Lake was lenient towards these naive children and never refused them to play by the lake. There were many speculations about this mysterious owner of the Buddha's Palm Lake. Some said that it was bought by the Southern Tang imperial family with a large sum of money. Some said that it was the ancestral property of the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, and some even said that it was the private property of the descendants of the Great Qin dynasty. There were many different opinions. As for why the Buddha's Palm Lake was named so strangely, there were also many interesting theories. The woman in the white fox fur coat who was holding the cat looked cold and suddenly smiled sweetly. She saw a little girl with goat horns who seemed to have been hit in the face by a boy who had a strong hand during a snowball fight. In a fit of anger, she rushed forward and kicked the boy who was laughing complacently. The boy, who had grown up with her childhood sweetheart, was directly thrown to the ground. The girl with goat horns was still angry. Seeing him struggling to get up, she slapped him to the ground again. The boy was stunned for a moment, then sat on the ground and cried loudly. The girl stood with her hands on her hips and looked around aggressively. She had the aura of a heroine who was invincible and lonely. The woman in the pavilion looked blurred and smiled softly. So lonely. Outside the pavilion, there was a comfortable voice that could naturally make women feel warm and comfortable. Mr. Fish can also feel lonely? The woman rubbed the white cat's head and frowned. When she turned her head, her smile had already disappeared. She saw a handsome face that was not unfamiliar to her. Xianxia was a young man whose name was given by his father. He was from the Old West Chu. His grandfather, Qi Duhai, was the favorite student of the national preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji. Xianxia's father almost wiped out Yuan Zuozong's entire army in the Battle of the Princess Tomb. Unfortunately, that battle was suspected to be an unfair victory. In the whole chess game, he still dragged down the general trend of West Chu. Later in the Battle of the West Wall, this general died in battle. When his horse died, he dismounted from his horse and fought with it. He was stabbed dozens of times by Bailiang. In the Xianxia Academy, the orphans of West Chu were always superior. Xianxia had such a prominent and tragic family background, and he lived up to his family's teachings. When he was young, he was praised by Sun Shiji as a child prodigy. Everyone in the Xianxia Academy knew that he was determined to win Mr. Fish, who was also from West Chu. Most people were happy to see it happen. The woman in the fox fur coat smiled politely and did not say anything. Xianxia smiled and walked into the pavilion. He did not sit down but leaned against the pavilion pillar with a smile. He did not look at indecent things. He did not stop at the woman but looked up at the lake. In the eyes of ordinary girls, he was very unrestrained. There was an ancient tablet erected beside the Buddha's Palm Lake. It was the Xiaozhuan of the Great Qin dynasty. A white-haired young man who had sneaked into the Xianxia Academy squatted in front of the tablet. He reached out to wipe away the snow, revealing 10 mottled words. Buddha's palm, the 5 fingers are the 5 sacred mountains. Most of the children were lively. They could not stay still and immediately noticed this stranger. The heroine with the goat horn who had kicked and punched the boy ran over, followed by a few playmates who were waving flags and cheering for her. The white-haired young man in white just happened to stand up and stretch. They looked at each other and stared at each other. The little girl looked vigilant and asked fiercely, "Who are you? What right do you have to come to the Buddha's Palm Lake?" At the pavilion, Xianxia also saw this scene and shook his head helplessly. He felt that the slender stranger was really a rascal. He did not know what he said, but the little girl in front of him was so angry that she punched and kicked him. The man bent down and reached out to touch the head of the goat horn girl. Such a childish young man, even if his hair turned white, what could he do? In the end, the bastard's loud shouts made the cultured and elegant Xianxia so angry that smoke almost came out of his 7 orifices. Yu Wei, how did our child grow so big in the blink of an eye? This child asked me who I was and I said that I was her father. Then she hit me. How did you teach your child? Chapter 8:17. If Xianxia was the kind of person who would destroy his manners in a fit of anger, then he wouldn't be able to enjoy such a high reputation in Xianxia Academy. The descendants of the Qi family were generals in West Chu, charging into enemy lines without fear of death. As civil officials, they were able to do as they pleased, and in the blink of an eye, they had become good-natured gentlemen. This was probably the secret of how the Qi family was able to prosper in West Chu. Xianxia's face was like jade, and there was a long sword hanging at his waist. It was normal for scholars to carry swords in the academy. There were even some comical students who carried large axes, even though they clearly didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Xianxia Academy had always been lax about this. As long as they didn't use weapons to hurt people, they wouldn't stop them even if they carried all kinds of weapons in one go. But generally speaking, Wuxia scholars still carried swords. Xianxia watched as the man slowly walked over. Along the way, the goat-horned girl held a grudge and kept throwing snowballs at him. This guy wasn't angry at all, and allowed the snowballs to shatter on his body. As he approached the pavilion, he reached out his hand to pat the snow off his body, shook his head, and scraped his boots against the edge of the steps, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know that he was an ignorant and incompetent scoundrel. The goat-horned girl was still nagging. The snow outside the pavilion was getting thicker, and she used all her strength to roll out a large snowball that she could hold with both hands. She wanted to give this detestable scoundrel a fatal blow, but because she ran too fast, the snowball was too heavy, and the steps were slippery. She staggered and was about to fall on the steps. The white-haired young man, whose back was facing the girl, nimbly stretched out his leg and tiptoed on her forehead, stopping her from falling forward. The little girl felt embarrassed in front of her playmate, so she grabbed this guy's leg and bit down hard. He jumped and turned around, bent down, and twisted her ear. The two of them were in a deadlock, competing in endurance. The two of them were using their eyes to bargain whether he should let go first or she should let go first. After all, the goat-horned girl was a little girl who couldn't bear pain. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she surrendered first. However, she was still pinched by this scoundrel who was only old but not virtuous. The little girl was heartbroken. She cried as if her innocence had been sullied by a flower thief. The naturally charming woman in fox fur put down the white cat and stood up to hug her, and only then did she feel a little better. Xianxia sighed in his heart. It was too ridiculous that he was jealous of this country bumpkin. However, he was still a little angry at this person's rude words. Xianxia to ask calmly, "What are real man's words?" Unexpectedly, that bastard opened his mouth with a smile and hurled insults at him. "I can beat up 500 elegant gentlemen like you with one hand. Don't you think I'm a man?" Although the goat-horned lass in Yu Youwei's arms treated this guy as her greatest enemy today, she didn't have a good impression of Xianxia, who looked like a dog. Shuang was the father and mother of Sir Ji Shang, so she often criticized him in private. She couldn't stand him blindly worshipping the ancients and pretending to be noble and virtuous. Under this influence, the little girl thought of Xianxia as a sissy. When she heard that the stranger made Xianxia suffer, she immediately laughed out loud and secretly gave him a thumbs up. It went without saying that they were enemies, but if you really dared to teach this Qi guy a lesson, this heroine would definitely clap her hands and cheer for you. Xianxia smiled freely. When an ordinary man gets angry, It'll only cause blood to splatter on the spot. This kind of quick revenge is of no help to the affairs of the country or the world. That person still used the vulgar words of a scoundrel. We're the only 2 men in the pavilion. This old man can break your 3 legs with one slap. How can you talk about strategizing thousands of li away? The goat-horned lass looked up and asked softly, Big sister I've heard of a 3-legged toad. How come there's a 3-legged man? Yu Wei rubbed her little head and shook her head without saying anything. Xianxia's finger secretly stroked the hilt of his sword. He smiled warmly and said, This young master can really beat 500 Xianxia with one hand? That person's expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, You're Xianxia? Xianxia, who didn't look at Yu Wei, smirked. He finally showed the innate arrogance of a prince of a wealthy clan. In front of outsiders, he had to maintain the demeanor of a gentleman taught by a saint. In front of this idiot, he might continue to provoke him if he only showed respect and humility. Xianxia had always been good at finding the right remedy for a problem. He knew that this kind of half-baked scion with shaky foundations would be arrogant just because they had a little money and power. They only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They wouldn't remember if they didn't suffer the pain. Xianxia was able to be like a fish in water in Xiangyin Academy, and become friends with many Jishang teachers despite the difference in age. Other than his own talent and knowledge, the Qi family was still thriving even after the collapse of West Chu. The foundation of aristocratic clans was that they wouldn't fall in the face of the wind. Regardless of the rise and fall of the dynasty, they would still do their own research. The emperors and kings would still have to treat the wise with respect. Most of the top 10 wealthy clans of the spring and autumn period had withered because they were too tall and attracted too much wind. Su Xiao, that crippled butcher, was too ruthless. The Qi family, which was just a step or 2 away from becoming a top wealthy clan, had a much more unique advantage. They couldn't become a bird out of the forest, but they also wouldn't be ignored by the new dynasty. Xianxia knew his own limitations. You can ignore me and say that I'm pretentious because I'm jealous, but you can't ignore the Qi family behind me. He didn't expect that the guy would immediately break his facade as soon as he spoke seriously. You're called Xianxia? This is the first time I've heard of you. The name is pretty good, but you're not. The goat-horned girl originally thought that it was another person who wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. She was very disappointed, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but hold her stomach and laugh. She wanted to see the world in chaos. Her petite body rolled around happily in Yu Wei's arms.